Check, 1, 2. Okay, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome you all on the 14th National Seminar, Application of AI in Healthcare and Power Systems, organized by Engineers Welfare Forum, WBPDCL, in collaboration with National Energy Excellence Drive, powered by WBPDCL, WBSEDCL, and DVC. Food partner, Bengal Naturals. Well, somebody said that morning shows the day, and definitely today is Sunday, and morning is showing a bright day ahead. With a good note, we'd like to start with this event. Myself, Kunal, and I welcome you all in this 14th National Seminar organized by Engineers Welfare Forum WBPDCL in this wonderful Sunday morning. Could we have a round of applause for yourself? Exhort তালিয়া হয়ে যায় খুদ কে লিয়ে জোরে হাততালি সবার জন্য হয়ে যাক নিজের জন্য যারা রয়েছেন আমাদের সঙ্গে Well, today it's a very important and very interesting topic we're going to moving forward. It's AI in healthcare and power systems. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are living in an era where technology is not just supporting human life, but redefining it from diagnosing diseases in seconds to managing electricity across entire cities. Artificial intelligence is becoming the invisible force that power progress. In the field of healthcare, AI is acting as a silent guardian. It assists doctors in early disease detection, predicts health risk through data analysis, enables robotic surgeries with unmatched precision, and even personalized treatment plans for patients. At the same time, in the power sector, AI is revolutionizing how to generate, distribute, and consume energy. Intelligent grids are predicting demand fluctuations, reducing power outages, introducing renewable energy sources like solar and wind efficiently, and minimizing energy loss and many other things. So, ladies and gentlemen, in this wonderful morning, we have got some eminent dignitaries with us here who are going to come here on stage, and they're going to give their views. They're going to share their views on this podium. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any undue delay, we'd like to move forward with our dignitaries that are going to come here on stage. Let's introduce our chief guest of this seminar. Though he is not here in this moment, but physically he is not present here in this moment, but definitely he's going to join with us here. He's going to join with us here on the Zoom platform. But before that, EWF, Engineers Welfare Forum. We all know about Engineers Welfare Forum. They started on 25th October 2010 by a visionary group of engineers of the WBPDCL. Engineers Welfare Forum, from the very first day of its inception, has dedicated itself in achieving collective welfare of the engineers fraternity. They have got a lot of activities like training, the train to develop. They have got Prayas, that are one of the NGOs that helped underprivileged to live in the society in a very good way. They've got Eatery, where Engineers Welfare Forum has operated catering service at remote power stations through its self-functioning eateries. They have got many other wings in their back. So, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, we'd like to request everyone to kindly put your eyes on the giant screen. You're going to watch a wonderful video of EWF, its Engineers Welfare Forum. I request all of you, kindly put your eyes on the giant screen, please. Lights off.
A sapling being grown into a tree and inspiring a garden around. Or a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly and inspiring others for a colorful flight. Such has been the journey of our engineers, who have been the engine of our country's growth. WBPDCL is one such path paver who is lighting up lives in the nooks and corners of West Bengal. Its wing, Engineers Welfare Forum, from being a nascent body of few visionaries to a collaboration of around 600 engineers of WBPDCL, is nurturing the dreams of young enterprising engineers. They believed that together we can. And yes, together they have done it. Today, EWF stands for Engineering Inclusive Growth and Fulfilling Aspirations, whose seeds were laid in 2010. EWF is working tirelessly towards welfare of the engineering fraternity and overall growth and prosperity of the society, and has many feathers in its big hat. Power Genext, the flagship technical journal, chronicles all the findings and analysis, showcases the technical breakthroughs of engineers at various power plants. Prayas, flagship social event which makes an effort to cultivate minds through proper education. Training programs like Educating the Educators, drives for students including handholding, various workshops on inclusive learning and extracurricular activities. Encouraging and mentoring of students, and also felicitation of meritorious children residing around the power stations. With year-long supply of study kits and other ancillaries, is just one part of the entire education initiatives. And EWF gives paramount importance to this attempt. Need or National Energy Excellence Drive. Under this umbrella, national seminars are organized every year to enrich the Indian power sector and ancillary fields on various burning topics. Research. EWF has commenced research on biomass co-firing power generation with IIT, ISM Dhanbad, and a project on artificial intelligence in association with Department of Computer Science and Technology, IIT Kharagpur. EWF is establishing technical libraries at townships of all power plants to spread the wisdom and know-how. Eatery. EWF operates catering services at remote power stations, thereby reaching home-like food to engineers deputed there. Inclusivity and growing together is their buzzword. With a determined focus on bringing new technology to optimize the power sector and benefiting society as a whole, the journey of EWF continues with renewed energy. The honorary board is led by vice chancellors, scientists, and directors of reputed central universities and institutions. Team marches on with promise of a better society, inclusive growth, and lighting up many lives as it roars on. The garden is in full bloom, and together they are planting more seeds all around.
If you like the video, we can have a round of applause for EWF and WBPDCL. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, how many of you had your breakfast over here? Please raise your hands. Yes, you like the breakfast? It's a healthy breakfast, isn't it? In the era, rather, not in the age or not in the situation. I just want to mention over there. It's an era of adulteration. We always try to find good food, healthy food, and that's where we have got our Bengal natural with us here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on this wonderful occasion of 14th National Seminar, where we are having here an application of AI in healthcare and power systems, we have got a food partner. It's Bengal Naturals with us here. They always give us, rather, they always don't try, they always give us good food, like healthy food, where you can have in your breakfast, in your lunch, in your dinner, in your supper, anytime if you want to have a good food, Bengal Natural is always there for you. So if you want to have something from Bengal Naturals, a small video for you. Could we have the video of Bengal Naturals on the giant screen, please? Lights off.
We have become very good at engineering life. We have mastered the art of the instant hunger, instant satisfaction, instant chemicals, fast-paced urban life, neon lights, supermarket barcode scanning, factory smoke, assembly lines of processed food, plastic packaging being ripped open. We have traded the soil for the self. We have traded the seasons for the laboratory. But in this race to be faster, cheaper, and longer lasting, we forgot one thing. The body doesn't speak preservative. The heart doesn't beat for pesticides. There is a different rhythm, a slower one. It lives in the fields of India, where the sun still dictates the clock. This is Bengal Naturals. But we aren't just a company, we are a memory of how food used to taste before it became a commodity. When we say farm to family, we aren't talking about a supply chain. We are talking about a promise. No synthetic fertilizers, no low cost shortcuts, just the raw, unapologetic honesty of the earth. Nature has already done the hard work. Our job, just don't ruin it. We use traditional low heat processing. Why? Because high heat kills the soul of the food. We keep the nutrients intact, the flavors genuine, and the chemicals, well, we just don't invite them to the party. From the ancient strength of millets to the liquid gold of our desi ghee, from the sting of pure mustard oil to the sweetness of Himalayan honey, this isn't grocery, it's vitality. We have a wide dream, some might say impossible. We call it Rog Mukto Bharat, a disease-free India. Wellness isn't found in a pharmacy. It's found in the kitchen. It's found in the soil. By supporting our vast network of natural farmers, you aren't just buying food. You are voting for a healthier nation. You are bringing the purity of the forest back to the dining table. It's time to stop eating for the tongue and start eating for the soul. Bengal Naturals. Pure, natural, wholesome. Choose nature. Choose health.
Yeah, that was Bengal Natural with us here. And definitely, if you want to have something from Bengal Natural, we have got a kiosk over here, a table over here, and definitely you can inquire. And if you want to buy something, you can buy directly from that table. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 14th National Seminar. And today we are going to talk about application of AI in healthcare and power systems. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to call upon here some of the dignitaries here on stage. Some will be on the Zoom, some will be here on stage live with us here. And now it's time to introduce our chief guest of this 14th National Seminar. So, ladies and gentlemen, he is a mechanical engineer and academic currently serving as the director of Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur since June 2025. He completed his BTech from Jadavpur University and his ME and PhD from Indian Institute of Science. His research focuses on micro and nano fluidics, biomedical engineering, and affordable healthcare technologies. He is a recipient of prestigious honors, including the Shanti Swarup uh, Bhatnagar Prize and the Infosys Prize. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to welcome our chief guest of 14th National Seminar, none other than Professor Shumon Chakraborty. Could we have a round of applause for Shumon Chakraborty? Though he's not present here in this auditorium, he has joined live on Zoom, and definitely he can hear us. I think he can hear us, and they'll say welcome our chief guest, Professor Shumon Chakraborty, in this 14th National Seminar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to call upon here the next dignitary who's going to come here on stage. He graduated from Medical College, Calcutta and has received training in cardiothoracic surgery at the Cardiothoracic Center, Liverpool, St. Mary's Hospital, UK. He has also completed a fellowship at the Royal College of Surgeons, Edinburgh and Glasgow. He is a professional member of European Association of Cardiothoracic Surgery, EACTS, and the Indian Association of Cardiovascular and Thorax Surgeons. He is one of the most celebrated doctor, not only in Kolkata, but in India. And today he is present with us here in this occasion. So ladies and gentlemen, could we have a huge round of applause and let's welcome Dr. Kunal Sharkar in this wonderful seminar and welcome him on the stage. Could we have another round of applause for Dr. Kunal Sharkar? Well, ladies and gentlemen, now let's welcome our next guest on the stage. He did his BTech in Instrumentation Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, MS in Mechanical Engineering, Colorado State University, Fort Collins, USA, and PhD in Biomedical Engineering, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, USA. After his PhD, he joined IIT Bombay in 1997. He was the head of the Center of Research in Nanotechnology and Sciences at IIT Bombay from 2010 to 2013 and the Dean of Student Affairs of IIT Bombay from 2015 to 2019. He is a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineers and National Academy of Sciences, India. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome none other than Dr. Shomo Mukherjee on stage. Could we have a huge round of applause for him? Well, then next, we'd like to introduce a person who is an institute chair professor at the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and a national and internationally respected leaders in electronic, nanoelectronics, MEMS, VLSI, and sensor system with over 35 years of academic research and industrial experience spanning government laboratories, industry R&D, and premier academic institutions. He has authored more than 300 peer-reviewed journal publications, conference papers internationally, and holds 17 patents, reflecting sustained contributions across semiconductor device physics, MEMS design, nano biosensing, RFICs, and energy devices. His contributions have been recognized through several prestigious honors, including the IBM Faculty Award 2012, the DST Lockheed Martin India Innovation Growth Program Gold Medal 2016 for microfluidic drug delivery technology, INAE and ISS's Doctoral Thesis Award, and the Gandhian Young Technological Innovation Award for Nano Engineer MEMS Technologies for Space Application. He has also been selected for the elite international programs such as Indo-US Frontiers of Engineering, Indo-Japan Advanced Micro-Nano Manufacturing Initiative, and the Indo-US Center for Advanced and Futuristic Manufacturing, and is a recipient of the UNIDO Vienna. So ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to call upon here none other than Professor Torun Kanti Bhattacharya. Could we have Professor Torun Kanti Bhattacharya on stage? Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Professor Torun Kanti Bhattacharya with us here in this moment. A huge round of applause for him. Well, next, we'd like to call upon here who did his BTech in Electronics and Electrical Communication Engineering and PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from IIT Kharagpur. Presently, he is the Dean and Professor of School of Advanced Computing at Ashoka University. He retired from the position of professor in the Department of Electronic Engineering, IIT Delhi, on 2026. He has been a director IIT Jodhpur and director CSIR Central Electronics Research Institute. He has also Dean Undergraduate Studies at IIT Delhi. He held a number of chair professor positions at IIT Delhi. He was awarded with the INSA Medal for Young Scientist in 1993. He is a fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineers, the National Academy of Sciences, and International Associations of Pattern Recognition. He is also recipient of Distinguished Alumni Award of IIT Kharagpur. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to call upon here the next guest on the stage, none other than Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary. Could we have a huge round of applause and let's welcome Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary on stage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next we'd like to call upon on stage who did his BTech PhD from IIT Kharagpur and short management training at XLRI Jamshedpur. During 1990 and 1994, he worked with Tata Steel. He joined the Faculty of Electronics and Communication Engineering at IIT Kharagpur in 2002. In 2006, he served University of Southern California, USA as visiting professor for 1 semester. Currently, he is serving as the professor in charge of the Audio and Biosignal Processing Laboratory at IIT Kharagpur. His research interest includes investigation in healthcare technology, developments, and audio and speech-based application. He has been granted several patents, and his work is published in leading journals. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to call upon here none other than Dr. Gautam Shah. Could we have Dr. Gautam Shah on stage? Could we have a huge round of applause for one more time? Well, ladies and gentlemen, next we'd like to invite here on stage who has been associated with power sector in various capacity for last 34 years. Associated with project construction, commissioning, and O&M at Kahalgaon, Simdhari, Gungi, Baruni, Patratu, and North Karanpura NTPC plants. Presently associated with thermal and RE plant operations and construction being done by DVC, and in his new role as a member technical. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to call upon here none other than Sri Shopnendu K. Panda. Welcome, sir. Next, we'd like to call upon here, he's the Chief Executive Officer of Ideas Institute of Data, Engineering, Analytics, and Science Foundation, the Technology Innovation Hub and Technology-based incubator of the Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. He holds a PGDM from IIM Calcutta and a BTech from IIT Kharagpur and has over 30 years of experience across industry and academia. He has led technology consulting, practice building, and large-scale digital transformation initiatives with global organizations such as PricewaterhouseCoopers and IBM. At ISI Kolkata, he has played a key role in building the startup incubation systems supporting more than 30 early-stage deep tech startups. His previous role include Dean, School of Business, Kaziranga University, Project Director at IIT Kharagpur, and Director of R&D at Prophecy Sensorytics. He is also a visiting faculty member and an advisor to several technology startups. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to call upon here none other than Shri Ognimitro Biswas on stage. Welcome, sir. Next, we would like to call upon here who graduated in the year 1985 from NIT Durgapur, erstwhile RAC Durgapur. Joined NTPC in 1985, worked in various areas of power plant, in different places like Farakka in West Bengal, Patna and Kanti in Bihar, Singrauli in Uttar Pradesh, Bongaigaon in Assam, and finally supernaturalized from NTPC Mumbai as Regional Executive Director. So, ladies and gentlemen, he is uh, with WBPDCL as a director since 2023. None other than Shri Shubroto Montol. Could we have Shri Shubroto Montol on stage, please? Well, ladies and gentlemen, without any ado delay, would like to felicitate all the dignitaries present here on stage one by one. And to do the honors, I'd like to request some of the members of EWF to please come up here on stage. First, we'd like to felicitate Dr. Kunal Sharkar. And to do the honors, I would like to request Engineer T.M. Joardar, Chief Advisor, Central Executive Committee, EWF, to please come up here on stage to felicitate Dr. Kunal Sharkar in this moment. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, it's not the end, sir. Kunal, sir, it's not the end. You have got a memento for you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Engineer T.M. Joardar, sir. Well, next, we'd like to felicitate Dr. Shomu Mukherjee, sir. And to do the honors, I'll request Engineer Prashanto Sinha, Chairman of Engineers Welfare Forum, the CEC, that Central Executive Committee member of Engineers Welfare Forum, to please come up here on stage. Engineer Prashanto Sinha, Chairman of CEC EWF. Yeah, there's a lot of things one by one is coming in your hand. And the big one. Yes. It's like a Mayavi Baksha. We don't know what's inside. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Par. Thank you. That was Engineer Prashanto Sinha, the Chairman of Central Executive Committee of EWF, felicitating Dr. Shomu Mukherjee. Well, next, we would like to felicitate Dr. Torun Kanti Bhattacharya, sir. And to do the honors, I'll request Engineer Debapriyo Mitro, President of Central Executive Committee, EWF, to please come up here on stage. Thank you so much. Next, we'd like to felicitate Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary, And to do the honors, I'll request Engineer Shunji Bera, Working President of Central Executive Committee EWF, to please come up here on stage. Yes, it sounds better. Could we have one more time, please? Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. To felicitate Dr. Sir, and to do the honors, I'll request Engineer Tarok Maji, Secretary of Engineers Welfare Forum, KTPS, to please come up here on stage to do the honors. Thank you. Oh, yeah, this is one. Well, next, thank you so much. Next, we'd like to felicitate Sri Shopnendu Panda sir, and to do the honors, I'll request Engineer Shondeep Jana, President of EWF KTPS, to please come up here on stage. Thank you so much. Next, and to do the honors, I'll request Engineer Trideep Debnath, member of Central Executive Committee, EWF, to please come up here on stage. Thank you so much. And last but not the least, we'd like to felicitate Sri Shubhro Mondu, sir, and to do the honors, I request Engineer Shulokna Das, Executive Stage. Thank you so much. Now, I know that it was a long journey visiting all the dignitaries here on stage. Definitely, it's a very, very special moment for all of us. Now, we'd like to ceremony. As we have got our dignitaries with us here on stage, definitely they will be joining this moment. But along with them, would like to invite some of the members of EWF on stage to do this moment, to be a part of this moment. Well, first, we'd like to invite here on stage the president of Central Executive Committee, EWF, Engineer Devopriyo Mitro, to please come up on stage. Could we have the chairman of Central Executive Committee, EWF, Engineer Prashanto Sinha? Could we have on stage, please? Could we have the working president of CEC EWF, Engineer Shunji Bera, sir, on stage? And would like to invite the General Secretary, Central Executive Committee, EWF, Engineer Shoman Das, on stage to join the movement. We want success in every step of our life. We want to be every moment to enlighten one. And with that note, we are moving forward with our auspicious lamp lighting ceremony of this 14th National Seminar organized by Engineers Welfare Forum WBPDCL.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा गणपतये नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः
I'll request all of you kindly stand together behind this auspicious lamp so that we can capture this moment. This is going to be a memento moment for all of us. So, ladies and gentlemen who are witnessing this wonderful moment here, could we have a huge round of applause for all the people standing here on stage behind this auspicious lamp? Well, I request all of you kindly, please be seated. We're going to start with our seminar. That's 14th National Seminar, Application of AI in Healthcare and Power Systems. I'll request all our dignitaries to kindly please be seated in front of the stage. And one by one, they're going to deliver their views, their experience, and definitely when we talk about AI, we will be thinking about the future also. Rather, we will be having a wonderful visuals of the future by our dignitaries by this speech. So, without any ado delay, well, we can see on this giant screen, we have got our chief guest, Dr. Shumon Chakraborty, Director of IIT Kharagpur. Could we have a huge round of applause and let's welcome Sir. Though he is not able to stay with us here in this auditorium, but definitely he is with us here on this platform. So, would like to hand over to the first speaker, that's the chief guest, Dr. Shumon Chakraborty. Over to you, sir. একটু লাইটস ডিম করা যেতে পারে?
Good morning, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you were audible, sir.
It's a great honor and privilege to be a part of this program, and I sincerely apologize for not being able to be there physically. And it is because of some other very urgent work that I have to undertake in our campus at Kharagpur. Having said that, I think this is a great event, and I thank WBPDCL for hosting this event, which I believe is going to be one of the landmark events of this kind. Our institute has already been in continuous collaboration and cooperation with WBPDCL on many different activities, and a MOU is being worked upon in different aspects of cooperation led by our School of Energy Science and Engineering. But this forum is much broader, and I think this is where the greatest synergy of what we are all thinking about lies. AI at the convergence of life and energy. Distinguished leaders of WBPDCL, I am not able to recognize each and every one because of the obvious challenges in the online communication. Respected engineers, technologists working at the interface of healthcare and energy, innovators, and young minds. We stand today at a profound intersection. On one side lies power, the lifeblood of modern civilization. And on another side lies healthcare, the lifeline of human survival. And now there is a third common force that is binding them together, and that is artificial intelligence. Not as software or automation, but as a new epistemology, a new way of understanding complex systems, because both the power and human health refer to very, very complex systems. I would like to give some very specific views on this, as there are experts, including experts from IIT Kharagpur, who will be deliberating their keynotes on more focused topics. First is, AI is not a tool, at least for such perspectives. We can look into it like a systems lens. Power grids and human bodies are not apparently correlated, but are much more similar than we can think. Both power grids and human bodies have distributed networks. Both operate under dynamic load variations. Both must maintain stability under perturbations. And both face cascading failures when control mechanisms fail. In the power grid, instability leads to blackout. In a cardiovascular system, instability leads to cardiac arrest. In both cases, what we need is not just control, we need anticipation. And AI, in that respect, has all the possibilities to give us appropriate predictive foresight. Let me throw a bit of light on AI in healthcare which overlaps with my own domain of research. And the current shift is from reactive medicine to predictive physiology. For a period over the years, healthcare has been a reactive treatment dependent. Something has happened, and then there will be a treatment to address that. But if we can get into proactive approach of good health using AI and other technologies, more physically based technologies, then that can really make wonders. Healthcare today generates petabytes of data. Imaging, genomics, wearable diagnostic gadgets, and in the hospitals, ICU monitoring systems. AI can transform this data into physiology-aware intelligence. Medical imaging is one of the areas where technology has really progressed in a big way. Deep convolutional architectures, neural networks, can now detect microcalcifications and subtle lesions beyond human visual threshold. And multimodal fusion of MRI, CT scan, histopathology, genomics, all together can be used to an extent that AI can predict the disease much before it manifests structurally. Digital twins is now a very big area of research and development. And digital twin of the human body is a matter of great importance. Imagine a computational replica of a patient's heart or lung continuously updated from wearable sensors. Physics-informed neural networks, where you combine the physical science equations with the data science model, can now integrate the Navier-Stokes flow models with electrophysiology models and patient-specific boundary conditions. And this can allow virtual drug testing, real-time hemodynamics prediction, and personalized intervention planning. And in that way, the current trend is to advance from evidence-based medicine to model-based medicine, where there is a concrete computational model driving the prediction. AI plus edge computing in rural healthcare. In regions where specialist doctors are scarce, like extreme resource limited settings, the deep rural places, AI-enabled portable diagnostics can interpret ECG in real time, detect anemia via image-based hemoglobin estimation, or predict sepsis much before clinical deterioration. For such applications, AI is not luxury, it is equity. Now let me divert the focus a bit to AI in power systems, the grid as a living organism. And this is your own domain of WBPDCL. A power grid today is no longer linear. It is decentralized, renewable integrated, cyber physical, and market coupled. And traditional deterministic control, which over the years the academic education has taught us, may be inadequate. Predictive load forecasting. AI models, including LSTM networks, graph neural networks, are now forecasting load patterns with high spatiotemporal resolution. And this is now quite well established. This means reduced spinning reserve, lower fuel cost, and optimized dispatch. The power grid in that way learns its own rhythm. AI for fault detection and stability. The synchrophasor data from the PMUs, when combined with anomaly detection algorithms, identify incipient faults, detect oscillatory instability, and predict cascading collapse before it propagates. Imagine if we could treat grid instability the way in which we treat arrhythmia in cardiology. And in fact, the power grid is a beating heart. Renewable integration and AI. The entire shift of the energy focus has a lot to do with sustainability. And solar and wind, though otherwise extremely environment friendly, introduce stochasticity. They are not as deterministic as several other energy resource based power production or energy transfer. AI driven probabilistic forecasting enables optimal battery dispatch, dynamic voltage regulation, adaptive protection systems so that the grid evolves from rigid infrastructure to an adaptive intelligent organism. So with all these, we can surely appreciate that there is a deep convergence somewhere between the way in which in the modern technology era we are approaching healthcare and power. Let us just brainstorm a little bit. What happens if we can integrate both of the domains? And hospitals are among the most energy intensive infrastructures. Imagine AI optimized energy scheduling in hospitals, smart ICU power backup prioritization, predictive maintenance of medical equipment using power signatures, and AI models that correlate energy fluctuations with biomedical device performance. So in such applications, energy reliability is not just an economic issue. It's a clinical survival aspect. And in disaster zones, in climate stressed regions, or rural areas, the integration of intelligent energy systems with AI-enabled healthcare becomes a humanitarian imperative. I suggest that the experts who have gathered today have a thought on this and try to converge AI, health, and power systems in such meaningful proposition. AI architecture for the future is something that is definitely going to be of great importance to realize this vision. We need extremely robust physics-informed AI, not black box learning, hybrid models combining the first principles of physics, control theory, deep learning, and Bayesian uncertainty quantification. Edge plus cloud synergy. Real-time interference at substations and ICUs. Heavy training in centralized secure data centers. And cyber security and trust. In power systems, AI vulnerability is national vulnerability. And in healthcare, AI bias is life and death injustice. So we must embed explainability, fairness, and regulatory grade validation, AI must not only be intelligent, it must be accountable. So I believe that such an event provides a strategic opportunity for WBPDCL. WBPDCL can pioneer a new paradigm, AI integrated health energy ecosystems. Smart power plants with predictive AI maintenance, AI-driven emission optimization, AI-linked healthcare outreach for communities around different plants, data sharing collaborations between power analytics and biomedical AI researchers. This could be truly convergence leadership. As a grand vision, we are entering an era where power systems become self-healing. Healthcare becomes predictive and personalized, and AI becomes connective tissue between infrastructure and life. But then, technology alone is not sufficient. We need engineers who at least appreciate biology, doctors who appreciate the importance of data analytics, energy scientists who understand machine learning, and policymakers who understand systemic risk. And the future will belong to such convergence thinkers. Electricity powers machines, healthcare preserves lives, and in today's forum, we definitely want to deliberate on how AI integrates both. But the real power is not the power of algorithms. It is our connective intent. If we deploy AI merely for efficiency, we will improve marginally. If we deploy AI for resilience, we will strengthen our systems. But if we deploy AI for human dignity, we can transform civilization. Let WBPDCL not just generate megawatts of power or gigawatts of power. Let it generate intelligent megawatts or gigawatts that protect human life. The future grid will be smart, the future hospital will be intelligent, and the future nation will be integrated by connecting all these. And the future begins with institutions that dare to think beyond the traditional silos. Let us build systems that can think. Let us build systems that can care. And the future begins with such institutions that dare to see beyond boundaries. I wish this event a grand success. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. That was our chief guest, Dr. Shumon Chakraborty, sir, on Zoom. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to call upon here a next speaker here on this podium. He's none other than Dr. Kunal Sharkar. Could we have a huge round of applause and let's welcome Dr. Kunal Sharkar on stage.
Very good morning, and my personal note of gratitude and thanks to all our friends in WPDCL. Amongst a galaxy of very technologically educated and empowered people, I am a biologically overtrained plumber, right? So one of the main reasons you become a doctor is basically you've probably not done as well as in physics, chemistry, or mathematics, and you chose biology to be the refuge. For me, it was a little bit different. I had got admitted into IIT first, and I had to suppress the information to my family, where even the dog in my family sat in the engineering joint entrance. And when I said I will become a doctor, my entire family was in a state of mourning. Nobody spoke to me in my family for about 15 days, and I'm still repenting that mistake. But let me, I've just got to rush out to, there is a All India Convention of Ophthalmologists not too far away from here, so I've got to rush away for that. Let me share with you, some of the things that we see as doctors. We are probably more within the furnace of biology and perhaps in the periphery of technology. We are not entirely technologically blinded, but definitely we need more kind of wholehearted participation in that domain. The way I look at it, I'm not going to bore you with the history of internet and all that, but the story of AI uh, that never ceases to surprise me, that is the origin of the word algorithm. And the origin of the word algorithm is from the name of a ninth century Damascus-based mathematician, Al-Khwarizmi, who was a very humble man who used to live beside the Silk Route. And Al-Khwarizmi considered to be the founding father of algebra because ninth to 12th century was the golden period of Islamic science under the Abbasid dynasty of the Islamic Caliphate. And Al Khawarizmi used to get his ideas and concepts because when all the silks and spices were going through the Silk Route caravans had smuggled manuscripts from the universities of Taxilas and Nalanda. And looking at those scripts of the Vedic manuscripts, he had his own ideas, and thus was born the algebraic concepts. And the mere word algorithm is a Latin mispronunciation of Khawarizmi's name to identify the person in the middle who is definitely the conceptual father of modern computing, who died a very tragic and miserable death, Alan Turing, and it is principally because of him and few others that technology enabled the Allies to defeat the German in the Second World War. Hopefield and Hinton was later on given the Nobel Prize for Physics in the domain of AI, and 2024, you can tell me better, the unhappiest persons were the physicists. And for a few months after that, there was a raging quarrel between the physicists and the AI people that whether AI should be considered as pure physics or not. I don't think the debate is still settled. You see, all of you know about machine learning and deep learning and all that stuff. Let me, in the next 10 minutes or so, give you a snapshot into where we are. It was all over the social media, the Indian AI event in Delhi for all the wrong reasons, mostly the Chinese dog and the infamous university and stuff like that. But on a realistic scale, India is presented with an opportunity because we, by and large, has missed out on the first industrial revolution. If you consider the events like the Telford Bridge, the late 18th century innovations that led to the first industrial revolution, because of social unrest, because of colonial deprivation, India was not never a wholehearted participation in the first industrial revolution of Robert Louis Stevenson, the likes of Nikola Tesla, the likes of the other people. So we were really the applicators of the first industrial revolution. But this definitely is India's opportunity to get into the journey. If you consider all the various areas of industry, starting from entertainment, logistics, finance, services, stock market, retail, so and so, definitely healthcare remains one of the more popular areas where AI is being developed. Now, where all of us will have to remember is that our romance with AI. A few days earlier, you had Valentine's Day. I'm a little bit too old to be participating actively in Valentine's Day activity right now, but it is a little bit like love affair with technology, and classically it goes through what is called a Gartner cycle. You are going to have intense love. You can't see any wrong anywhere. So you will have a spurt in the beginning. Then after the spurt, there will be a sudden downfall. You'll start quarreling. You will see all sort of defects, all kind of negatives in the technology. And after the peak will come the trough. And after the trough, the true worth of the technology will be seen, and we will settle down somewhere in the plateau. It's happened with everything, starting from the invention of the electric loom to technology to photography. Every technology, the time period has been different, has gone through this adoption cycle. Now, we also in medicine are applying this technology. Sometimes we are overplaying it. Now, if you see what is happening right now, those of you who indulge in a little bit of online consultation and all that, so there is a raging thing about online consultations. People will pop up, give you medical advice, give you diagnosis, prescriptions will come out, and some of the people you are speaking to are really not people at all. They are just simulating a person with simulated voices. And how authentic is that advice, we have to be careful about. So the last one you saw was a kind of two-dimensional simulated doctor coming up and giving you advice. And the one you see over here is fairly recent. This is, you take money out of the ATMs. This is how Chinese today are doing their primary health checkup. They have all these ATM type thing. They stick their hand, they get their blood pressure, they stick their finger, they take a few drops of blood, get the blood test, they measure their height and weight. At the end of it, they don't even get a prescription in hand. They get a prescription on the ATM screen, and the next thing is like your popcorn machine. And automatically a few medicines come out. So the machine has seen you, diagnosed you, few pills have come out, prescription has rolled out, very good, you go home. So this is almost completely, the effort is what? Let us be very plain. The effort is to do away with human interference in predictive medicine. So whatever you call to be general medicine, general physician, primary level care, companies like Amazon and Alphabet, they have got together, they have a joint healthcare company, and the joint healthcare company has a very plain, simple mission. That mission statement is medicine without doctors. Plain and simple. So, predictable, reproducible medicine which is based on a few algorithms of thinking and conclusion, there is an effort to replace it. And this is what is happening. A few of our, I don't be operating the system very well. Now, it is happening in many an area. It's happening in skin disease. Uh, Make no mistake, all these things that everyone will retain their specialities, jobs are not under threat, is not true at all. You stick your hand underneath your mobile camera, click a picture, and about 60 to 70% of dermatological diagnosis will be done with more than 80% accuracy. But the question is, what is happening to the other 20%? The question is, who is vetting their treatment? So it can be done. So few areas like dermatology and ophthalmology is really diagnostic medicine. Professor Shumon was talking about some cardiological. I'll just show you a few snapshots, what we are up to now. Whenever people come to us, chest pain, etc., we think this guy has got a blockage in coronaries and all. We do tests. And one of the most popular tests is, this is called a CT coronary angiogram. Now, does this work? So we as human beings, what we do is we look at the inside of the arteries. We look at the inside of a pipe and try to see whether that lumen of that tube is stenosed or not. Very simple. And then come to our conclusion and go on saying either your arteries are clean, you do not have a blockage, or you do have a blockage. And we are considered to be very clever people. We are not. Now, how is AI improving this diagnosis? This project is actually on, and we are trying to take it forward. The AI is not looking at the inside of the tube. AI is telling us that the problem comes in the inside of the tube much later. Problem starts around the tissues, around the tube, what Professor Shumon was referring to. The capability of AI to diagnose soft tissue density stratification far better than the human eye. So by the time we tell you you have got chest pain, etc., the arteries are narrowed, it basically means in intelligent terms that we have missed your diagnosis 2 years earlier. We have missed your diagnosis 2 years earlier. So every diagnostic modality has to be back calculated. By the time we diagnose luminal narrowing, it means that the story started at least 2 to 3 years before. And we are reporting a lot of normal angiograms now. But a lot of these normal angiograms, 3 years down the line, will present with cardiac problems. Every night, India has 300,000 heart attacks. 30,000 people don't go home every night. And 60% of them have had chest pain for the first time. So it is all very good to stand in front of a grieving, wife or a grieving husband and say, this is the first time. It is not the first time. As physicians, we have to realize either in the ECG or in the angiogram or somewhere, what we think to be early diagnosis today is not early diagnosis. So the clock has to be taken backwards. ECG is a wonderful area where a lot of work is happening now. I think in a few days' time, people will start getting married by matching ECGs. What do I understand from ECG now? I look at the complex, whether the heart rate is regular, where you've had any myocardial damage before, so on and so forth. But what can AI with a proper model, with a proper data input tell me now, which I do not know? AI today is very good, provided your data input in that language, in that model has been good enough. From an ECG, the AI can tell us if this heart pumps normally or not. Today I need both an ECG and an echocardiogram so to tell that to me. But ECG alone is able to predict myocardial contractility that a human eye cannot. Why can I not do it? Because my teachers did not teach me pattern recognition. Pattern recognition is built into your AI machine that my brain does not know. My 5 years in Medical College, Calcutta, did not teach me what pattern recognition is. So we can predict myocardial contractility. Not only that, people can today, a very important concept is, your people are fighting over SIRS, date of birth and all that. Date of birth is going to be, chronological age is going to be an invalid concept in your healthcare. Chronological age will be replaced by estimation of biological age. Chronological age has got a high inaccuracy rate. Your tissue substrate, your myocardial contractility, your frailty index, all these things put together, you may have a 50-year-old who is far more unfit than a 65-year-old, and vice versa. Your functionality, your contribution to your company, your contribution to your family, your projected longevity, how long you're going to live for, is not a function of your birth certificate, is not a function of your biological age, chronological age, it is a function of biological age. So there is currently a project, many projects are going on, which by integrating data from 4 or 5 primary domains is able to give you your biological age, which is far more important than chronological age. In our hospitals now, we hardly have any paper around, so data is being gathered. Diagnostics and pathology is a no-brainer. Blood test, diagnostic, pathology, radiology. Till couple of years ago, most young doctors who've done very well in the entrance examination would take radiology. I think radiology is going to be half dead in 2 years' time. Diagnostic radiology will completely be superseded by machine diagnostics. There is no two words about it. Couple of interesting areas is, there are certain, is you discussed about drug discovery. The most sticking point in biotechnology is analyzing the three-dimensional structure of proteins. Many of these vital medicines, vaccines that we all use over here are basically, this does not look very interesting at all. But this little blob is really the three-dimensional structure of the COVID vaccine. As soon as COVID had threatened, all of you know, within a span of 160 days, the fastest ever in preventive medicine history, a vaccine was developed. How was it developed? Because people were able to fine tune the three-dimensional structure of vaccines using AI as it existed 4 years, 5 years ago from now, because otherwise we would still be in the lab and trying to, sequencing amino acids in 2 dimension is not difficult at all. But arranging them into the three-dimensional structure is pretty hard, and that is what AI is doing for us. This is an Indian company, and somehow, I am associated with it. Two clever Indian boys used to work with a racing car company. They are automobile engineers. What happens in the racing car? The racing cars go round and round the circuit, and before they make the stop, every car has few thousand sensors in it. So before the car actually stops, getting the data from the sensors, the engineers are able to know which wheel requires air, what is your brake fluid level, what is your fuel level, which shock absorber needs to be adjusted. So they need not look at the car. They know it well before the car has stopped. This is called vibration analysis. And vibration analysis today, you know of ECG, electrocardiography. So electrocardiography is being augmented by the use of ballistocardiography. And with ballistocardiography, today when you are lying down in bed, you can lie on a mattress. And when you lie on a mattress, this mattress has a few thousand sensors. In the real time, we get data from the sensors. We are able to tell you your heart rate, your mobility, your blood pressure. Few parameters are still difficult, like SpO2, etc. And this Indian technology is being very widely used in at least 15 countries in the world today. Ballistocardiography has become one of the most popular remote contactless monitoring. This has not a wire attached to the patient. So this really has become very popular India's homegrown technology. I won't take more time. There are robotic surgery. There are 10 operating robots in the city today, and even in a city of our strength in Kolkata, the use of the robot is really, the most popular robot is called Da Vinci. Why is it called Da Vinci? Because Leonardo da Vinci was never very happy because the human hand can only move in 3 planes. So Da Vinci was always thinking, if the human hand was little bit smaller in size, and if he could move the hand in 10 planes rather than in 3 planes, then the size will be lesser, the dexterity will improve. And this is an operation of prostatectomy. It has been revolutionized. It used to be a bloody operation before. It has now become a very subtle, skillful surgery. And robotic surgery, it is improving the skill. It does not need a big hole for your hand to get into the patient's body. The actually surgeon is sitting 10 foot away from the patient. So the maneuverability, the specificity, the skill level is a whole lot better. And at the end of it all, it is not in high tech operations and all these things, but we have to start applying AI to these areas like, busy hospital OPDs and all these things. India will have its own challenges. We have problems with healthcare access. We spend 6,500 rupees per capita on healthcare. US spends $15,000 per capita. We will have challenge with electricity. Our biggest challenge, as as NVIDIA fellow defined, AI to be a 5-layer chip. Our biggest limitation will be number one, having our own data. All our data belongs to somebody else. Your second problem is to create data centers. Today, if you have two LLM data centers in Kolkata, the next 3 days you will have load shedding. We do not have the power backup in our cities. We do not have the water backup on the cities to house. We will probably have sub centers. We will probably have, we will be sub vendors for LLM models. Infrastructural constraints is going to be a big thing. And where I think we are really working towards, AI will shortly in medical interaction. This is not something we are considering today. People say you talk to a doctor, you get empathy, you get emotion, you get softness. Today, AI is very much able to replicate emotion. It will talk to you in a sad voice if you are sad, right? So the emojis and all will be replaced very soon. But the real challenge will AI will come is regarding with AI and consciousness. That is a completely different domain. For that, the neurologist will have to define that what constitutes consciousness. That once you have things like agentic AI, when you get into the next couple of generations of deep learning and machine learning, will that replace the spontaneity, the ability to think for yourself, the ability to make conscious, integrated, non-prompted decision making is the frontier that AI is looking at. And if that comes, then I think humanity will really be superseded by a more superior species. If that happens, that future is in the hands of technologists. So I think about 120,000 years ago, Homo sapiens overpowered the Neanderthals. Now, the next 20 years or 10 years will define if the Homo sapiens are getting overpowered by the next level of digital evolution. I will have to make a run. If you have any questions, you are happy to ask me. And once again, personally grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As Dr. Sarkar said, do you have any questions? Definitely, you can have a couple of questions from your side.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. ECG and AI is endless possibility. A lot of people, in India, when we diagnose, what is the biggest limitation of ECG? Simple technology discovered 110 years before, but between you and me, don't tell it outside, people will beat the hell out of me. Only 30% of qualified doctors can interpret ECGs. I was a part of the project where, through an organization, we distributed 500 ECG machines. And we were expecting from remote villages transmitted online, paperless. Very few people were. Everybody is dead scared. They do not know how to interpret that. So the first backup, interpreting ECGs. If you know to interpret ECGs, your game is half won. And then giving the diagnosis, then giving the treatment is a no-brainer. হ্যাঁ, কে দেখছে আপনার কটা? আমি 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 সত্যি কথা বলছি। আমি এমডি লেভেলের, আমি people who are practicing for 10 years, their error rate in diagnosing arrhythmia is more than 60%. Definitely. হ্যাঁ, আর এখন হ্যাঁ, and it's a different matter altogether. এখন যে রেটে মিষ্টির দোকান, প্রতি মিষ্টির দোকানে একটা করে মেডিকেল কলেজ হচ্ছে, I don't even expect them to interpret ECGs. হ্যাঁ, আপনি দেখুন না, আমার ভয় কি, আমার যখন বুকে ব্যথা হবে তখন ইসিজিটা কে পড়বে? আরে বাবা, আপনি অরিন্দম পান্ডে বা যে কোনো ভারতবর্ষে কটা কার্ডিওলজিস্ট আছে জানেন যারা ইসিজি পারে? সারা দিন এই যে আপনি বসে আছেন, এটা তো ভারতবর্ষ নয়। 3.5 লক্ষ হার্ট অ্যাটাকের কটা ইসিজি হয় জানেন 6 ঘন্টার মধ্যে? Correct. So the biggest challenge, I think everybody mentioned, we will try to develop this project. Real-time interpretation of ECG is the lowest hanging fruit. Pick it up and interpret. Half the battle will be won over there. আর এখন তো ইসিজি করতেও হবে না। The ECG machines are already being replaced by your bipolar mobiles. আপনার মোবাইলে যদি ইলেকট্রোড থাকে, আপনি বুকে দিন না, আপনার তো 3টে লিড দরকার। আমরা যাতে পরীক্ষায় ফেল করি ওই জন্য আমাদের 12 লিড ইসিজি পড়াতো। আপনি এমনি রাইট সাইড অফ দ্য হার্ট আরভি ইনফার্ক্ট ডায়াগনোজ করতে পারেন না উইথ দ্য কারেন্ট ইসিজি। ECG is the lowest hanging fruit. Lowest hanging fruit. Yes, absolutely. Okay, any other questions, sir? হ্যাঁ, দেখুন এআই এর তো অনেক চালাকি আছে, উপর চালাকি আছে। এআই মনে রাখবেন, এআই নেভার মেক্স মিস্টেকস, এআই হ্যালুসিনেটস। যারা এআই নিয়ে সিরিয়াসলি কাজ করে তারা একটা শব্দ ব্যবহার করে না, দ্যাট ইজ মিস্টেক। তারা বলবে আমার মডেল হ্যালুসিনেট করেছে। ওকে, আপনি যে কোনো চ্যাট জিপিটি ইউজ করুন না, আপনি একটা প্রেজেন্টেশন খটোমটো বার করতে বলুন, কখনো বলবে না আমি করতে পারি না। ও কাজ করিয়ে যাবে, আপনাকে 3 দিন ধরে মেশিন অন রাখতে হবে। বিকজ ও ট্রেনিং নেটওয়ার্কে করতে পারি না বলে কোনো প্রম্পট নেই। ও আপনাকে ক্লান্ত করে দেবে, আলটিমেটলি আপনাকে বুঝতে হবে এটাও করতে পারে না। সুতরাং সেখানে এই যে রেডিওলজিতে এখন কি হচ্ছে, রেডিওলজিতে আপনি পর 1000টা ডায়াগনোজ করবেন। এবার আপনার অ্যালগোরিদমের মধ্যে কিছু রেড ফ্ল্যাগস থাকতে হবে। আপনার এআই ডায়াগনস্টিক্সকে বলতে হবে যে প্লিজ ডাবল চেক দিস থিংস। দ্যাট উইল বি আ ভেরি গুড মডেল। সে যদি একটা হাম্বড়াই করে বলে যে না আই হ্যাভ ডান ইট অ্যান্ড ইউ ক্যানট পিক আপ, যে এই যে আপনি আজকে ব্লাড টেস্ট করছেন, আমরা যখন মেডিকেল কলেজে হিমোগ্লোবিন মেপেছি, ব্লাড নিয়েছি, স্লাইডে দিয়েছি, এখানে রেখেছি, অ্যাসিড দিয়েছি, তারপর ম্যাচ করেছি, কেউ আজকের জীবনে কোনো ছেলে মেয়েকে দিতে বললে পারবে? এখন আপনি 2 ml ব্লাড একটা মাল্টি চ্যানেল অ্যানালাইজার দিনে দিচ্ছেন, আপনার ঠাকুরদার জুতোর সাইজ থেকে WBC কাউন্ট সবকিছু বেরিয়ে আসছে। কেউ মেশিনটার মধ্যে গিয়ে ঢুকে দেখেছে যে কিভাবে সে অ্যানালাইজ করছে? So that is also a very high level of automation. Already তো হচ্ছে না। সো আমাদের যেটা বুঝতে হবে, এখন আমরা এই যে চাইনিজরা যেটা করছে, ওরা কিন্তু এটা নিয়ে ওদের মধ্যে অনেক তোলপাড় হচ্ছে, আমরা খবর পাই না সবকিছু। ওরা গ্রামে ডিস্ট্রিক্টে এরকম মেশিন বসিয়ে দিচ্ছে, আপনি হাত ঢোকাচ্ছেন, ব্লাড নিচ্ছেন, ওষুধ নিয়ে বাড়ি চলে যাচ্ছেন। ওর এরর রেট এখন বলছে 20%। এখন প্রশ্ন হচ্ছে যে ধরুন মেশিন বললো এটা আমি বুঝতে পারিনি, তখন আপনি ওই লোকটাকে কোথাও কারো কাছে একটা পাঠিয়ে দেবেন। কিন্তু আপনার মেশিন যদি ওর মধ্যে সেই পলিটিক্যাল স্পর্ধাটা থাকে, আমি সব জানি সব করে দেবো, তাহলে you will get into problematic areas. হ্যাঁ, না সেটা তো সব সময়তেই আছে না। Probability, life is a game of probabilities, but as long the probability is narrow. আপনি একটা পাইলটের প্লেনে উঠে পড়লেন যার probability of crashing is 10%, that is your bad luck.
Okay.
Quickly.
So
what we'll probably meet in a session later. I don't want to keep you. Once again, thank you very much. I'll make a runner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was Dr. Kunal Shorkar with us. And definitely, when Dr. Kunal Shorkar is in the house, a lot of questions will be rising. We'll have a lot of queries in our mind that we want Dr. Sarkar to make these queries in a proper answer. So thank you so much. That was Dr. Kunal Sarkar with his wonderful presentation and question answer session. Next, we'd like to invite in this podium, we have got Sri Shopnendu K. Panda. Sir, I'll request Sri Shoprendu K. Panda sir to please come up here on stage and say a few words. Could we have a round of applause for Shoprendu K. Panda sir?
Respected delegates and young boys and girls, I'm very happy to see you all here. It's a pride privilege on my part to represent here on behalf of DBC on this 14th National Seminar. Theme is quite apt. This application of AI in healthcare and power system, organized by Engineers Welfare as Forum, WBPDCL. Happy to know that you are doing so many activities. We all know that we are at the crossroad, and our previous speakers and the coming speakers, the list of speakers are many. This includes experts from IIT, industry, researchers. So now it's time to involve all individuals. We have to move to the slum, to the work areas, to the schools, colleges, everywhere. Because AI has to be a movement. And these young boys and girls, you are the nucleus of this movement. I'll be very much happy to see that you all take these ideas and do something which will actualize the vision of India of 2047, that is developed India. So in the era of decarbonization, digitalization and decentralization, we are focusing on now the digitalization only. Knowing the importance of this AI, our government has organized the AI Impact Summit, as told by previous speakers, at Bharat Mandapam from 16th to 21st. Many established companies, CEOs participated. Google CEO Mr. Sundar Pichai, Sam Altman from AI, Anthropic AI, DeepMind, Meta, TCS, all participated. And the best part is that Sundar Pichai has declared that he is going to set up a AI hub at Vizag. $15 billion will be invested. And I'm very sure this is going to change our India's scenario as far as AI is concerned. So going through the news of AI Impact Summit, I got puzzled. Just go through the reels. In Facebook, you will find all the reels of this AI Summit. What sort of innovative ideas, new ideas people are thinking of in logistic improvement, in safety, in power optimization, efficiency part. How these young boys and minds, young minds are thinking to revolutionize the concept of AI. By using AI, many things can be done. Me, as a power professional in DVC, we are trying to adapt many things. We have got SAP, where we are going to implement this Joule concept. That is a AI-based concept. RTCMS, that is real-time centralized monitoring systems is there. So that is a model. I mean, you have to use this model, how to improve the plant performance and all, and predictive analysis can be done for all the equipments. You know, power plant is a capital intensive equipments. Any sort of failure would lead to catastrophic things. So predictive analysis is very much important so that any kind of failure is predicted. So for that you need lot of data, and all this analysis is possible only through AI. We are taking help of many other companies who are going to help us for this automation of our C&M processes. I mean, by this we will fashion our systems. This load prediction, reliability improvements, lowest possible fuel consumption for maximum power production, loss optimization of plants as well as lines, reservoir health monitoring systems. That is also a very important subject we are doing now as of now on behalf of DBC. Cyber security is another aspect wherein we are working. We are going to set up an SOC for all our plants. This introduction of these renewables is creating some sort of disturbance in grid. Last few days, in European countries, many failure took place. So we are with the help of AI, all this we can definitely get rid of all these problems. Before I conclude, I have been given 5 minutes time, but before I conclude, just I would like to say one thing. You must be knowing this anthropic AI. Anthropic AI, this Claude, how it has created a catastrophic thing. This is being done by one Indian who is the CTO of Anthropic, Mr. Patil. And now this Patil has created Claude, which is going to automate many things. And this is an application end-to-end solution. And this has created such kind of debacle in the market. 2,000 to 2,500 lakhs of crore of rupees got shattered only due to the idea. The idea is that which works. So my young boys, you have to come up to fulfill the dream of India, and you have to be a nucleus of the movement, AI movement. All these experts, ideas from the experts, you please listen to them and actually those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was Sri Shoprendu K. Panda. So with us here with his wonderful speech, next we would like to invite her on this podium, Sri Subroto Mondal sir. Could we have Sri Subroto Mondal sir on stage, please? Could we have a round of applause for him?
Good morning. First of all, let me thank the organizers for having me here today on this very relevant topic. All distinguished guests and participants for this seminar. Well, today's topic is AI in healthcare and power systems. AI, as the world is saying that something big is happening. Really, something big is happening, and we need to gear up for this. Being in the power sector for the last almost 40 years, though primarily I was associated with generation, I had the opportunity of interacting with teams who were maintaining substations or managing national grids. And I have seen how they are toiling and how the generators are also toiling. Over the years, I have seen hard work put in by one and all to have a more resilient and stable grid. We have seen breakdowns, we have seen blackouts, we have seen grid failures. But now, after the lot of hard work, we have a more stable grid. Now, coming off to AI, how AI is helping us or how AI is going to help us. You see, our grid is one of the largest grid in the world. And with the penetration of renewables, supplies are oscillating. Supplies are not very stable. And so is the demand. The demands can fluctuate wildly. In peak summer season, for a city like Mumbai or Delhi, the peak demand may soar up to by 20 to 30% within hours. This is where AI comes in, and it is not a magic, it is a tool. With the help of AI, we can predict the demand and we can maintain a stable grid by predicting the supplies also. AI can predict our demand for the coming few hours or the few days or the few weeks. And this is helping the discoms in a great way so that they are not overbuying costly power from the market or managing sudden outages. Besides, in health, we know there are shortages of specialists in remote areas of our country where AI can help. Dr. Sarkar is not here, otherwise, I would have requested him to look into this area, that our primary health centers, which are located in remote villages, if we can have AI tools there with a few trained personals, diagnosis can be much early and our people, our citizens can be benefited even more. Otherwise, they do have to travel days together to have a proper checkup or a treatment. Meanwhile, it is not that we will be depending on AI only. AI depends on us also. That means the power producers and distributors. All the data centers what we see are being designated by megawatt or gigawatts. And what is that? These data centers are huge power guzzlers. So we need to have ample supply of power to run these data centers, and which in turn can help us in the form of AI. Not only supply of power, these data centers need huge supply of water also. So these are the two things we need to be very careful of. Recently, we had the AI summit at Delhi, organized by Government of India, where all the American and Western AI companies have participated, and they feel that India is a big consumer, but jargon-wise they are calling us partners. We have got academicians from IITs also here, and they can throw more light on it. Where are we standing in India now? Are we not dependent on the AI stack of the American or their allies, which they will be giving to us and will be using as a consumer? We will have some infrastructures, but we need to become independent. We need to have our sovereign IPs, and so that we are not always dependent on Westerns or other developed nations. I hope young minds are here. They will be working on this also so that we get independence. In AI also, we have our own IPs, own AI stacks, which we can use independently. Once again, I wish this seminar a huge success, and thank you very much again for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Shri Shubhrata Mondal, sir, with his wonderful speech. Well, ladies and gentlemen, every year we come to know about EWF, WBPDCL, that they're doing their work generously and they're spreading their wings from areas to areas by their journals, by their yearly books or magazines. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to release the Power Gen Next Volume 14, on this auspicious moment, and would like to invite some of our guests and some of our members of EWF on stage. First, would like to invite here Dr. Shomo Mukherjee, sir. Could we have you, sir, on stage? Next, would like to invite Dr. Torun Kandi Bhattacharya, sir. Next, would like to invite Dr. Shantanu Chaudhuri, sir. Next, would like to invite Dr. Gautam Shah, sir. Next, would like to request Shri Shopnendu K. Panda, sir, followed by Shri Ognimitru Bishwas, sir, Shri Shubroto Mondol, sir. Would like to invite the chairman of Central Executive Committee, EWF, Engineer Prashantu Sinha, sir, on stage. Would like to invite the president of Central Executive Committee, EWF, Engineer Debopriyo Mitro, sir, on stage. Would like to invite the working president of Central Executive Committee, EWF, Engineer Shonji Bera, sir, on stage. And last but not the least, would like to invite the General Secretary of Central Executive Committee, EWF, Engineer Shoman Das, on stage, please. And with our dignitaries and the member of Central Executive Committee of EWF, we are going to unveil the Gen Next Volume 14, the magazine or the journal of this year by EWF. So members of EWF, are you all ready? Yes or no? I can't hear any noise from your side. Yes, I can see the cameras on. And here we are with this year Power Gen Next Volume 14. A round of applause for this moment. And definitely, if you want to know more about EWF, definitely get this magazine in your hand. If you want to get the magazine, definitely you can contact the members of EWF in this occasion. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now without any ado delay, would like to invite, rather I like to request Shri Ognimitro Biswas, sir, to kindly stay back here on stage. And a very, very special occasion, because from 15th of January till 6th of February, we had an exciting challenge. That's National Engineering Innovation Challenge, NEIC 26. And it was done by EWF, and it was executed by Shri Ognimitro Biswas, the CEO of IDS TIH, Indian Statistical Institute. And I would like to hand over the microphone, rather I'd like to request sir to please come up on a podium and say a few words, enlighten us on NEIC that took place in January and February. Sir, a few lines from your side about this challenge. I think it's working. Check. My podium is not working. Podium में volume to बढ़िए दो. Check.
Hello. Thank you very much, and my regards to all the distinguished guests and participants for the NEEDS conference and seminar. This is the first time that EWF partnered with Ideas Technology Innovation Hub, the organization that I represent, to conduct a nationwide innovation challenge called NEIC, National Engineering Innovation Challenge, primarily targeted for engineering students all across the country. And we are very proud to tell you today that we received a overwhelming participation in the very first round of this competition. More than 30 high quality submissions that were shortlisted from the other submissions that we received. So I want to really thank the academic fraternity for supporting this particular initiative. And from this submissions, there was a screening committee that shortlisted further 11 ideas. So these ideas had to be an innovative idea in the domain of application of AI in power systems or healthcare. And after a rigorous evaluation, which was done through a presentation before the distinguished panel of judges, I think all the judges panel, Professor TKB, Tarunkandi Bhattacharya, and Mr. Ashok Kumar Pal is here. Thank you, sir. And Professor Gautam Shaha from IIT Kharagpur. They formed our distinguished judges panel. And after the presentation, we had come up with the winners. And I want to actually congratulate all the participants for this NEIC. So should we announce the winners, or you will be announcing the winners?
Before we announce the winners,
Before we announce the winners, just a glimpse of the project titles, okay, the finalists. So there were projects ranging from physics-informed neural networks for detecting faults in transmission lines. There was project on predictive transformer fault diagnosis for power grids. And there were projects on AI and IoT-based health and fatigue monitoring for industry workers. So as you can see, all are very practical, very translational project ideas which can be implemented in reality. Apart from these, there were projects like sensors for detection of microplastics, a very, very relevant topic nowadays. AI for vacuum circuit breaker for arc duration measurement. And finally, there was also, I'd like to mention, there was one for Ayurvedic medication, using AI. So, AI is bridging this gap between the traditional knowledge and the new world technology. I'm really thankful for the students who participated in this. And next year, we are going to conduct it even in a bigger way. And I'm hopeful that as Ideas Technology Innovation Hub of ISI Kolkata, I'll be very happy to conduct this in the future years. Thank you very much. We are all eager to wait to hear about the winners announcement and then carry on with the technical sessions. So I'll welcome the winners as they are announced.
Yeah, sir, I'll request you kindly stay back here for a minute. Well, ladies and gentlemen, definitely Dr. Sri Ognimitra Biswas, sir, was definitely one of the core part of this challenge. But we have got one of a jury member in this occasion, and would like to invite him to come up here on stage and say a few words about this challenge. So, ladies and gentlemen, would like to invite the one of a jury member, former general manager of SAIL, and one of our jury member of this challenge. I'll request Mr. Ashok Kumar Pal, sir, to please come up here on stage. A round of applause for Sri Ashok Kumar Pal, sir. Welcome, sir. Sir, I'll request you kindly say a few words as you are the jury member of this challenge.
Good morning, respected sirs and dear students. See, actually, I find that this is very innovative. The innovative system. Innovative system means from this exercise, the students have got enthusiastic. Mean they got encouraged to find out the innovative things they found out in the society what exactly is required, in the society. Accordingly, they have defined their project, and they have worked for 2-3 months, made their project success, and they have also found out that how this system can be utilized in the society, so that it can be used for for our life, or it can be used by our normal daily life, and so that, and it has given a entrepreneurship skill to the student, because the product what developed, if they work out on that and make it a market ready product, it will be very useful for the society. And I congratulate the Engineers Welfare Forum and their team and ISI Calcutta to make this system very successfully implemented, and it has encouraged the student fraternity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I'll request you, both of you, to kindly come here at the center as we're going to move forward with our prize distribution of this National Engineering Innovation Challenge that took place between 15th of January and 6th of February. As we have got Sri Ognumitro Biswas sir, along with him, we have got Sri Ashok Kumar Pal sir, and I would like to request our chairman of Executive Committee, Central Executive Committee member of EWF, Engineer Prashanto Sinha sir, to please come up on stage for one more time here. And these three gentlemen, we're going to felicitate, or rather, they're going to hand over the prizes to the winners. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now the time has come to announce the winners of National Engineering Innovation Challenge 2026. We'll start with the third position. And the third position, it's Techno India University, Kolkata. Could we have the winners on stage, please? Could we have Orkon Chakraborty, Mohammad Yuhana Hussain, and Shomendu Dinta on stage, please? Along with them, I request the mentor of this college, of this university, Professor Shudip Modok, to kindly join the stage at the lovely moment. They are going to receive the certificate. As we have got the mentor here, this side is the mentor of this university. We have got Professor Shudip Modok with us. Could we have a round of applause for him also? This on the end, we have got. We have got a memento here for the college, for the university. Could we present the memento to the mentor of this university? Congratulations. Sounds good. And ladies and gentlemen, the certificate, the mementos, obviously they have received, but now the time has come to announce the prize money, isn't it? So ladies and gentlemen, the third prize winner, or the second runner-up of National Engineering Innovation College, Techno India University, Kolkata, they are getting 10,000 cash prize from Engineering and National Engineering Innovation Challenge. Congratulations. Could we have the music in the background? Sounds good.
Three, two, one, go!
Thank you so much. And congratulations. We're not going to take it back. You can smile. We won't mind. Thank you. Akhtar. Yeah. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Techno Inter University, and congratulations to you too. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now the time has come to announce the second position or the first runner-up of National Engineering Innovation Challenge, and the prize goes to Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shibpur. Could we have Shumit Kumar, Suryan Singh, Varshit Gupta Madula, and Vijay Nitin Deshmukh, the participants of National Engineering Innovation Challenge? Along with them, I would like to request the mentor, Dr. Pritam Poral, to please come up on stage. Do you have Dr. Pritam Poral with us, sir? Congratulations. Could we have the certificates for the winners, please? Vijay Nitin Deshmukh. Sumit Kumar. Well, we have got a memento for the college. We'd like to present the memento to the college by our students. And it's not the end. They are going to get 15,000 cash prize. Come on, put your hands together. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Somebody's certificates over there. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now the time has come to announce the winner's name, the champion's name of National Engineering Innovation Challenge 2026. And the champion, the winner is Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shibpur, Humagni Datta, Arush Roy, Shoham Mishra, and Rupanjan Bhattacharya. Could we have 4 of them on stage, please? Along with them, I would like to request the mentor, Dr. Omolendu Bikas Chaudhary, to kindly join the movement. Congratulations. Shoham Mishra. There. Rupanjan Bhattacharya. Professor Omolendu Bikas Chaudhary, the mentor of this team. Yes. Yes, I'll request, it's not the end. I'll request her to kindly hand over the memento of the college to the mentor or the students a part of this college only. And now the time has come to announce the cash prize, and they are getting 25,000 cash prize. Come on, put your hands together. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for doing the honors. Could we have a round of applause for all the people who are doing the honors over here on stage? Thank you so much, Mr. Pal. Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha, for doing the honors. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I know that the time is ticking, the clock is ticking. We are heading towards the next segment of this 14th National Seminar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on the first half, we had eminent dignitaries. We had a few people who just shared the views of them on stage. Now, the technical session starts now. The technical session on application of AI in healthcare. And we have got the experts over here, and they are going to deliver their experience. They're going to share their views. And definitely, as I said earlier, when we talk about AI, it's not about the past, it's not about the present, it's about the future. Though we are living in the future, but definitely, what's next? The question arises in our mind, and what's going to come next? We have to wait and watch. And we'd like to invite our first speaker on stage, who is going to put the light on AI in healthcare, the topic. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to request Dr. Torun Kanti Bhattacharya, sir, to please come up on stage and put the light or enlighten us on AI in healthcare, that the technical session one starts with him. I couldn't hear any noise from your side. Could we have a clap for him, please? Dr. Torun Kanti Bhattacharya, Professor IIT Kharagpur, is going to deliver his speech, his presentation on AI in healthcare.
No, yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the WBPDCL authority to invite me to deliver a short speech on the AI for healthcare. So my position is a little bit uh, confusing because essentially for last 35 years I am working on semiconductor technology. So neither I am an AI expert nor I am an health specialist, but I am finding many of the gatherings here, they are the stalwarts in AI, and also we have seen Dr. Kunal Sarkar. So I was feeling that in front of them, just I'm trying to do something which may be addressable for this the crying need of our society, having some social impact. So I made these slides primarily taking care of our own students, the new generations. So although it is AI for healthcare, but one thing that comes to my mind that any research, especially in our country, especially those are the institutes are responsible for national service, there should be one motto in mind that at least some product or innovations should come out from there. And so I am saying translational research in this. So, okay, lot of papers, lot of patents, lot of deliberations may be outcome of your research, but whether something which will cater to the need of the society has a different kind of I think, achievements. I will actually focus on this. In a lighter note that I was present in this AI Impact Summit, and this was the presentation. This particular innovation was presented there. And IIT Kharagpur have a stall, and IIT Bombay and other IITs. And in front of us, also the famous university, who is becoming pretty famous, of Orion. All of you know about that. And it was always jumping, twisting, and etc. So I was just tweeting my student that nobody is coming to our stall. Everybody is going to this jumping dog is attracting all my crowds. So actually, later on, you know that. Don't take in a different way. We can also do something. We can also develop. And so always looking at abroad to do something is not usually true. Of course, get the knowledge from them, but try to develop in India. And second point, what I understand, the gist of the AI innovations, the summit impact, that India is going to develop a base for manufacturing. Okay, if then we know that our people here, they have certain knowledge gap and the skill gap. And now, if you want to have a different chain of business channel and trade, China is the big, already they are much bigger than that. But if you want to go to that level within, say, next 10 years time, and then probably the gap can be reduced by utilizing the AI. And that is exactly why AI is becoming so important, and so why 20 countries actually came in this AI summit. And a lot of billions of dollars you have seen will be invested in our country. This to reduce the gap. And AI-enabled technology, where probably our people, our students, our manpower will be accelerated learning stage and take the advantage of AI, so that finally India will become one of the most powerful nations, especially in manufacturing technology. So that is the essence which I have felt in participating in this AI summit. So that is the today's topic, since it is the health issue. So it's breath analyzer I will talk about, and I will not restrict it to breath analyzer, something you can feel like some Alexa kind of idea, and where if you just take your exhaled the breath, so from that breath, how you can detect various diseases, early detections. And the whole idea is to make the device affordable so that you can actually keep it in your home. So like thermometer or pressure gauge, there will be some kind of I will show you my product ultimate shape of that. And the cost will be such that it will be affordable. So where there is I would say that what consists of our breath, 78% is nitrogen, and 16 and nearly carbon dioxide is 4.4%, and other gases, oxygen 16.4%. And there is a minuscule amount of the VOC, volatile organic compounds, like say acetone, like say aldehyde, and etc. So there are many such VOCs that is coming along with those mean components. Our detection technique is to detect those VOCs, and there is a universal WHO published work, and I will show you that immediately, that traces of those VOCs can indicate the metabolic, any kind of metabolic disorder, or diseases like chronic kidney disease, or say lung cancer, and diabetic, and so on. And there are 27 such diseases has been enlisted. But here we are trying with only 4 diseases we have targeted. Otherwise, the platform will be too big, and the training cycle will be too big, so that gradually we will add on the value of our products, increasing more and more disease predictions. And this is the targeted organs, and where some malfunction of them, actually, for example, the kidney. If the kidney starts not functioning well, then the toxin that creates actually goes through our blood, and then comes down to the actually to the lungs, and to the alveoli there is a diffusion of gas, and that is particularly for kidney disease. You will get the ammonia. So NH3 will come out, and that percentage from a normal healthy person will be more than that. So it is not thresholding, but some kind of a range you can predict. And that is already given in the literature, and also WHO supports those data. So this is the kind of, I targeted 4 diseases: lung cancer and chronic liver disease, chronic kidney, and diabetic. So if you look at that example, that ammonia percentage for chronic kidney disease, you find it that typically the order is 842 ppb, whereas the concentration will go up to 2000 more than, and you can think of that you have the possibility of your kidney is not functioning healthy, because comparisons of that. So what is the challenge of the sensing? That you have to detect that VOCs, which is trace element in nature. So sensitivity is the issue. So typical sensitivity, if you look at the this kind of a sensing, that is around 50 ppb to 5 ppb, like that, parts per billion. So it requires a holistic innovations from the device to the decision making. Okay, so what we have done, we have used our device. So our device is basically a FET device. I will go into that. Everybody knows about transistors, which is used for amplifiers. What we have done, that I made a paradigm shift from the typical the conventional way of resistive sensing. We have gone into the active sensing. What we have done, that when that VOCs are actually impedance on the open channel, then it modulates the current and is amplified by the amplifier transconductance and the output impedance. There is intrinsic gain of the amplifier, which amplified the signals. That's why I get better LOD, which can lead up to 50 ppb kind of stuff. Next one is that this is a systems which I developed in IIT Kharagpur in microelectronics lab. It is an artificial lung, but 27 diseases is unmanageable for me to develop in this lab. We make 4 diseases. So you can think of 4 chambers where precisely we can control the flow of those VOCs through external means and make the mixtures, then train the sensor is on this probe, and where you know that I can generate different percentage of those VOCs and their combinations and expose the sample with that, so I can have the response of that. So you can take it that I can train my neural net and our AI platform by those synthetic data. So I can produce lakhs of such data using that experiment. So that is the first step towards it, making and design an artificial lung which can cater for or emulate the 4 diseases that I mentioned, and then fine-tune that one with, how can I fine-tune that one with, actually this is, so the video is not working. So this is a Tegler bag. We go normally to the patient and take the data from the hospitals. And here we take the data from Calcutta Medical College and North Bengal Medical College. 50 patients, we go to the nephrology divisions and 50 sample data we take at one go, and then we analyze the data to fine tune the training model so that we can predict those 2 VOCs and to decide whether you have got the how it functions, your kidney or liver or something. It's hang করে যাচ্ছে। Can anybody help me? The video is there, but you can skip that one. Yeah. Yeah, so it is showing here, but it's not showing there. And most of my presentation is through videos, and so I quickly go. Yeah, so you can see that while I'm exposing this with these VOCs, then there is a drop in the current. And that drop in the current is in the nano ampere range. And that drop is the indications of the presence of this particular gas. So you can say that it can actually, that change in the current can go for any kind of gases. True. Also there are the vapor, water vapor, and carbon dioxide and oxygen, so much. So what we have done, that we have making a 3-terminal device where we are changing the gate voltage, and we have found out that for a particular gate voltage, there is a particular gas or VOC is having the highest sensitivity of that. So I can separate out for that. 2 approaches is made for the selectivity. One is functionalize the channel with some molecules, and also with the changing the gate bias. So this gives us the better sensitivity and the higher selectivity. So like that. So these are, I'm quickly doing it. These are the interdigitized structures. These are all fate sensing, and where we are making that, we are using 2D nanomaterials for making the device, either not the RGO exactly, but we have doped with something, and also MOS2. And looking at its various process, we have actually make the device. And finally, we see that how actually with the exposure of, say, particular gas, say ammonia, then it goes back, it drops on the current and goes back to the background. So that is important whether it goes to its steady state value or not, the background value. So drop in delta I, that is the measure of this sensors. Anyway, so this will go. We are using graphene, MOS2, and many other kind of functional materials on the top of the channel. Now coming into this kind of signatures will come. Now that is the biggest problem, that where multiple gases that VOC is coming, and they actually, where it changes the spectrum, somebody talked about the feature extractions, then actually main problem now here to take the decision making where we take the help of the AI. So AI has to be trained in such a way that they can actually check the meta features, and from there they will be able to quantify. So there are two approaches. One is semi-quantitative, other one is the qualitative estimations. So sometimes just qualitative, just like a screening test. Sometimes we like to know quantitative estimations. So there we take the advantage of AI platform. And how we make that AI platform ready with that is that we make synthetic data first with the artificial lung, and then we actually go for actual patient data. And then from there we fine tune this and to make this training of the network so that we can finally predict that what kind of, finally we will get that what kind of diseases are responsible for those features. So those are the, and this is the approach what we are planning, that it will be an SOC kind of a stuff where the CMOS platform will be to all the electronic interfacing and very low noise, signal to noise ratios, and the top of that will be the sensors, which will be the source and drain, and the gate will be opened as you have seen that one, and that will be functionalized. So idea is to make it in one monolithic circuits. So it is called SOC, and then we can actually make that. So what I said, that now a sensor systems, the definition has been changed. Now sensor interfacing electronics and the readout circuit, that was say 5 years before. Now that ROC, after that there is one stage called decision block, which is the AI platform. So whole sensor invention or innovations have gone into that phase, taking the advantage of AI. So you understand that after the electronic interfacing, the next phase is the decision making block. So this is actually, can I run that? Yeah. So this is actually, it is the, it's coming? Yeah. So this is a documentary of that. With the sound has come. Sound. Where sound will come?
In the Department of Electronics and
Say
Electrical
5 minutes
Communication
documents
Engineering,
to
research
summarize
in
all this in a real
microelectronics, sensing,
thing.
and artificial intelligence is being translated
So
into
this is the
practical
artificial
solutions
lung.
for real-world healthcare challenges. In the Microelectronics and MEMS laboratory, under the guidance of Prof. Tarun Kamti Bhattacharya, a team of researchers, Dr. Santana Majumdar, Dr. Avik Seth, Dr. Lisa Sarkar, along with Mayank Kohli, Dev Linakar, and Garrick Karmakar, set out with a clear vision to enable early disease detection through a simple, rapid, and completely non-invasive method. The inspiration came from a powerful observation. Human breath contains valuable information about our metabolic health. Each breath carries trace amounts of volatile organic compounds or VOCs whose concentration changes in conditions
So this is
such
our
as
device.
chronic kidney
I will
disease,
come into details of
diabetes,
that
and
inside.
other metabolic disorders. To make this technology clinically relevant, breath samples are collected from patients in collaboration with medical
So
colleges
there my
and
students are
hospitals.
going and take
The
the
samples
data,
are collected using
of course with
medical-grade
the
Tedlar
ethical
bags,
clearance and
ensuring
everything.
preservation of trace gases without
So this is the Tedlar
contamination
bag.
while maintaining strict
We
ethical
actually ask
compliance and
this
patient
is the nephrology
confidentiality.
department, that the
These
patient is
samples are
having
analyzed
CKD,
using a
the
silicon-based field effect
likelihood
transistor
it
sensor
is.
array. When VOC molecules interact with the sensing surface, they modulate the electrical characteristics of the device, generating time-dependent current signals. Each experiment is performed multiple times under controlled operating conditions to ensure reliability and reproducibility. This results in a comprehensive time series dataset representing real patient breath signatures. Since raw sensor signals are non-linear and affected by noise and environmental variations, advanced signal processing techniques are used to preserve critical response features. From the filtered data, statistical and temporal features are extracted to capture the dynamic behavior of the breath response. These features are then analyzed using machine learning and deep learning models. A bidirectional LSTM architecture is used to capture temporal dependencies in the sensor response, while reinforcement learning is applied to optimize model parameters and improve generalization with limited clinical data. This AI layer transforms raw electrical signals into clinically meaningful diagnostic insights. To translate this capability into
This is a
real-world
device.
deployment, the system is being implemented as a compact
So-
handheld device. The device integrates the
So
sensor
this is the
module,
removable
low-noise
portion,
analog
and
front-end,
you have seen
embedded
that we can
processing,
open the
and
device,
edge AI
and
inference.
just like after
The
10
user
uses,
simply
you will
exhales
change
into a
the
disposable
strip
mouthpiece,
for
and
glucometer.
within seconds,
Like that, you
the
will change
system
the
provides a
strip,
health indication.
the sensor,
The
and then
electronics
you
and
can
system
change this part
architecture have been
lower,
optimized for
so that
scalability
you
and
can,
manufacturing.
and this cost, the BOM
total
cost
bill
is
of
around
materials for
2000
the device
rupees.
is targeted
And,
at approximately 2,000 rupees,
Yeah.
enabling a manufacturing cost below $25. This cost advantage makes the technology suitable for large-scale deployment in primary healthcare centers, community screening programs, and home monitoring applications. The project is being developed in collaboration with AI for ICPS.
So this is actually the program which is being sponsored by AI for ICPS in IIT Kharagpur, and we are thankful to them for funding. Next one, I quickly go to our other innovations where require AI is called mass immunization program. We have developed a vaccine patch which is not uh, uh, painful, just like, and also temperature. Uh, uh, they are thermally stable. You don't need any kind of a temperature or cold chain systems, and that is for it is just an applicator. We just push this to the drug. Where we require AI, because you know that when they are, suppose one customer, they want this is the thing, that the protein molecules are the vaccine molecules and the whole polymer matrix. So they are actually conjugated in such a way that because of the change in temperature, that should not denature my protein structure to get it temperature stability, so that even at 42 to 52 degrees centigrades, you do not need, your vaccine is not getting denatured or inefficient. So exactly that is the physics behind it. Now you know that this has been done for few vaccination. Now government has declared this as India map, and that will be in 2030 of the WHO one, that this will be the platform, transdermal patch platform for mass immunization, especially for kids. You know that for 6 months to 9 years old, this very traumatic for going a thermal for a transdermal or hypodermic syringe. But this kind of patch will be very simple and not so expensive, and I can send it by post to the parents, and they can actually administer that one. So we have gone up to 40, but this fellow actually, that he called me, and he is interested about to develop it for the Ebola and the measles virus. So we are doing it now. Now AI, why I require, because this gentleman asked that how I am doing it for hepatitis B and flu virus. How much time you will take to make for next 1 year? We want for Ebola and measles for the African country, that too at 52 degrees centigrades. So what will be my polymer and functional materials and those vaccine, and that integration of that requires, this is the requirement of AI at this moment. So that molecular dynamics and the vibrational modes of vibrations, those will be now has to be fed into a trained AI model, and how quickly I can generate that polymer molecular structures so that I can integrate with that particular vaccine, okay, and then we can actually quickly develop a thermally stabilized vaccine development plan using just a patch, okay. So two of the basic major pharmaceutical company have already signed agreement with us, and that is for different. So it is for different vaccinations. So now really I require the AI in a platform because I have to deliver this one in a very quick, within 1 year time, we have to develop that one for different vaccination programs. So we have our own research park at Rajarhat complex, and where we have making our GMP facility. So that's a spin-off from my lab, is called Innovodyne Private Limited. We have got the funding from the various investor and venture capitalists. We are also looking for that, and also Bill Gates Foundations will ready to give us money. Last line, this is the ... things that we are not only working on the artificial intelligence, we are also working on the intelligence itself. We developed a molecule in collaborations with Japan, the NIMS, which is a nanobot, okay, and which has get own transmitters, sensors, antenna, and so on, and which can be trained, okay. So I'm quickly going to the next slide. So it is that it can, if in a maze problem, suppose you have a complex path, then we have given in the task that you go from point A to point B. So essentially, if you look at here, that suppose I inject that molecules here, then it has got the intelligence to find the shortest path to go to the point B. So that is the intelligence we find in the molecule itself, PCMS we call it, which is developed in collaboration with NIMS Japan and Arizona State Universities. And that is the finally what we are doing. We are trying with cancer drug, we find cancer cell, and here the PCMS, now it has got its own intelligence. It can go to that cancer, and if that cell is not non-cancerous, it will not move at all. So this viewgraph will prove that. You will find this, if I turn there is a 14 hours experiments, it has got the intelligence. Now we are looking for that from where the intelligence comes, the molecules. It can actually know that there is a cancerous cell, so they will actually go towards cancerous cell, solving that problem to the least path that will go. And that is, and if don't have normal cell, they will not at all move at all. So this is, we call it the intelligence in the molecular intelligence or natural intelligence. So can we go for the artificial brain? That's the big innovations. But I am restricted for my drug delivery. So we'll use that one. The PCMS molecules will have the drug, and so that selectively they can go to the cell and annihilate that one. So that is from transitions from AI and now from the actual intelligence and how it can propagate. This is an ongoing work, and which is being sponsored by Spark, and all these experiments has been actually done in our lab to prove it. And Dr. Stewart, who is actually, Penrose and Stewart, they are colleague each others. So, so their ideas, now we are actually experimental evidence of that. So you can find this green path, how it is finding the path to reach to a cancerous cell, where if not a cancerous cell, it will not move at all. Okay. So with this, I like to stop and thank you if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Definitely, if some of you have questions, so we're going to have a panel discussion after completing this session. And if you have got any questions, definitely you can ask the questions to our dignitaries, those who are presenting their presentations over here. Chalo, thank you so much. That was Dr. Tarun Gandhi Bhattacharya, sir. Next, we'd like to call upon here on the podium Dr. Shomu Mukherjee, sir, the professor of IIT Bombay. Could we have Dr. Shomo Mukherjee, sir, on stage, please. Could we have a round of applause for this gentleman?
Here in AI. Ah. Oh, ये पॉइंट है हाँ अच्छा और स्लाइड से हाँ अच्छा ओके okay good afternoon I'm going to take a sort of contrary position over here. I am not going to talk too much of science, hardcore science. I mean, and the reason for that is very simple. I don't know too much hardcore science on the AI domain and all of this. But having been from a family of doctors and having traversing the area of engineering, I have got glimpses of the story here and there, which sometimes make me very excited, sometimes make me very depressed, sometimes makes me fear for the future, and sometimes make me very optimistic. So I'm trying to share those feelings with you, as opposed to sharing the exact science that I do. So. Yeah, but before this, please take me whatever I say with a pinch of salt, not a pinch of salt, but actually a handful of salt, because remember, things have been said in the past. So everything that can be invented has been invented. Okay, remote shopping, while entirely feasible, will flop. Okay, and there's no reason why anyone will like to have a computer at home. And this was Ken Olsen, and it was for IBM. Okay, and no one will need more than 637 KB of memory on this machine. I mean, this is Bill Gates speaking in 1981. Now, 640 KB is a distant past. Internet will collapse in 1996. Robert Metcalfe, who was one of the co-inventors of the internet, and subscription models for music are bankrupt. Steve Jobs, they make a lot of money through Apple Music and whatever nots. And spam emails will be eliminated by 2006. I wish it was. No, but I mean, people have been saying a lot of these very things, which are all wrong, and all of these people are much more knowledgeable than I am. So what I say is probably going to be even more wrong than what they say. WhatsApp University, the movie. Okay, ये movie चलाई है ना.
I think Dr. Kunal Sarkar showed part of the movie. I do not really know. Oh, movie is in a different file. I do not really know. That might have been generated by AI for all I know. Or the 300 patients going in and big kiosks and going in and coming out 300 million diseases being spotted. You could generate that movie by AI. Huh? AI doctor in China. Okay. Now that sort of scares me. Hmm? এটাতে চলবে না, এটাকে আলাদা করে ভিএলসি কিংবা কিছুতে চালাতে হবে। So anyway, I mean, even if there is some subtitle over here, people go put their hand in, people go put their arm in, and needles come out, and pressure is taken, and they look at their pictures and all of those things. They claim that they had taken some millions of patients and made the AI out of it. Now, if you consider the number of years and those millions of patients taken and the symptoms and the diseases, then China is only full of diseases and nothing else. So, how did they get all those patients is a big question. And so, do take, I mean, there are nice things that we can do with AI and show. Uh, but I'm a little skeptical of this, although I cannot put it out of the realm of reality to a limited extent, but not to this extent right now. Now, at the next slide. Oh, that's a slide I'm making. Right? It is changing. Right? Yes. That. We are all into AI and all that. We are not able to do the PowerPoints straight. Huh? I mean, it's a and this is not nothing to say about this auditorium or the organizers over here. You go to some organization, some auditorium, the computers never work with the with the projector. The plugs don't work, and nothing really. And we still have not able to figure out universal. But it will, you just go there and hook up, and it will always work. Okay, so. I personally tend to think that AI is just a formalized form and a and a big form of NI, which is natural intelligence. And if we look at the most ancient forms of medical practice, which we could find in the Atharva Veda, we have our man Sushruta, the surgeon, and Charaka. And some people say that Sushruta and Charaka were not a person themselves, but a series of doctors and so a series of surgeons and medical practitioners who made not notes, but passed it on to their disciples, and it was significantly observational, particularly in the case of Charaka. It was significantly observational that a variety of plants and the roots and herbs and stones and minerals made a difference to health under pathological conditions. That observational and that linkages of these various things is fundamentally natural intelligence and nothing else. We are now trying to codify it. Now, well, you know what? We start off like this, right? And then mom puts a light over there and mom says, "This is light. and we know it's light. And mom puts a flower. We are growing up. Mom puts a flower and says, "This is red." We know it's red, and mom puts another flower. This is pink. We know it's pink. So we are gathering knowledge, and we can regurgitate that knowledge. And that is what AI is, in a sense. Today we can regurgitate the real intelligence, and we put all of these things together. Today we have our color, our color grid, color boxes. There are how many of you can name all the colors over here? No one. Okay, I don't know the name. I'm without being misogynistic or chauvinistic or anything like that. I know that males can recognize white, green, blue, yellow, and three other colors. Lavender, peach, and all sorts of other mixes are beyond our tiny brain capabilities. Okay, uh, but a computer can. A computer can, because all of these have different numbers associated with it. Okay, and this is even worse. Now you can give it a name. An artist can give this color over here some name. The computer will know it has an RGB value. But is it intelligence or a pure lumber game, or what? What is it? I mean, I really don't know, frankly. So, what is our intelligence built on? Our intelligence built on sensory inputs to perceive the world around us. We cut through the noise. Remember, you are in a big party, and you are talking to your friend, and everyone is talking to their friends, and there are a lot of noise. But all that noise should come in, right, into your ear, but you cut it out. You just hearing your friend. We have the innate ability to cut through noise and make sense of the real input that we need. Is the AI systems capable of that today? I mean, if you think of Arjuna of the Mahabharata. Drona asked Yudhishthira, "What do you see?" "I see the sky, I see the tree, I see this, that." Go away. Bhima, "What do you see?" "I see the tree." "Hey, go away." Arjuna, "What do you see?" "I see the bird." What in the bird?" "I see that's the bird's eye." Okay, so I mean that's what I mean. Our intelligence is capable of cutting through all sorts of noise, and the primitive machine learning algorithms had a lot of difficulty in cutting through the noise. Nowadays, with deep learning and all of this, lots of data and lots of training, it has reached a fraction of the sensitivity and discriminatory values in general. Uh, so the question that I always have, and I had, and I think I'll have to my dying day, is artificial intelligence really artificial or really intelligence, or it is somewhere in between? And if it is really intelligent, then we are in deep trouble. In the next 20 years, Homo sapiens will be replaced by I don't know, Homo androids or God knows what. It's not going to take very much longer. I don't want to see that day. Uh, I mean, it is one of the classic definitions that the system's ability to correctly interpret external data, to learn from such data, to use those learnings to achieve specific goals and targets through flexible adaptation. Turing's definition of artificially intelligent machine, where you cannot distinguish between a machine and a human being, sitting screen across a screen of each other, is today's LLM probably. So it was a half definition in some sense, because Turing was a genius in his time, but even genius has the limitation. And now we know that, well, it has to achieve goals and tasks through flexible adaptation, and that is what scares me. We can compare natural intelligence and artificial intelligence. It is highly selective. AI is non-selective, and all sorts of things. Uh, the artificial intelligence also requires clearly defined parameters as of now, and requires high quality ground truth data sets. Those 300 million Chinese patients, I don't know where they got it from. You want ground truth? You try to get ground truth in India. We are talking healthcare today. You are trying to see ground truth. What ground truth? The data is not organized properly. Worldwide, the data is not organized properly. You want to associate 500 different clinical symptoms, and you want to put all of those things together and come up with a possible 300 million diseases or whatever which can happen. You have to have those 500 or 5,000 types of data sets for every patient. When you go to a doctor, does the doctor tell you do all these 500 tests? No. You go to the doctor, they tell you to do 500 tests, you'll say, छोड़ कटवा नहीं लेता है, मैं जाता हूँ. Okay. They will tell you to do a specific number of tests which they treat, which they used to treat, the outcomes of those tests they used to treat a person by the systemically of something which is gone wrong. You have a headache, they'll tell you to do a angio or a MRI or something like that. They will not want to test the melanin content or your keratin content or something like that. But all of those things might be related in some way. You need the whole data set. And so the ground truth data is not absent. So that is one possibly good thing for the doctors today. The ground truth data is not absent, so the AI can only be much less effective. And if we look at the details, the comparisons, the attributes, from the point of view of creativity, of emotional intelligence, speed and scale, of course, AI, you put all these machines together, they'll perform much faster. No question about that. But the transparency, very many models are black boxes. Um, about when this AI thingy was coming up, or rather when deep learning was coming up, I used to do before that a little bit of what is called artificial neural networks. So I was asking one of my very well-known computer scientist friends, what this ये deep learning क्या होता है? I want to understand what is this deep learning. And this person said, listen, you do ANN, right? I said, yeah. You don't know the number of nodes. That is deep learning. वो सोच के चलो. So now you don't know the number of nodes. That is deep learning. वो सोच के चलो. That I have taken. So essentially, it's a big black box. People are trying to define the parameters in the box, trying to put some control onto it, but still it is a big black box. Just like our brain is also. Okay, so in that way, our brain and these are indeed similar. If you just take a loose look at medical diagnostics today, it is a centralized activity to take advantage of economies of scale. Large machines in pathology and imaging, primary care centers, they don't have this equipment. Tertiary care centers are very crowded. Early diagnostics cannot be done because of because of cost considerations and all that. And I love this the Star Trek serial. It gives such good visions. And all these are from Star Trek. And there was a competition. This is called a tricorder. Okay. And the tricorder was this thingy by which you can measure almost anything. And this was done by Gene Roddenberry. They came up with this in 1960s or early 1970s sometime. And you put a little gadget on top of it, it becomes a medical tricorder. Okay, fantastic. So that is you carry it in your pocket onto the field, and when you come off the field and you going to go into a regular starship or in the Arch Central Command, then you can put them in a machine like this where it analyzes much more deeply. This is the ideal, of course. We should have something like this, but there were still doctors who would look at those and try to figure out what exactly is wrong. It is not that the machine tells them what to do. Hmm. So already I think I heard a bell. So traditional sensor processing, AI-driven sensing, the outcomes. I mean, the idea is that we need to do feature extraction in some way or the other. AI-driven sensing does that. It can do possibly end-to-end sensing, although we are not completely doing it. The outcome is reduced calibration effort. It's okay, but the whole thing fundamental. There's a first year student who taught me. There's a first year student, Bengali student, who came to me in IIT Bombay to met me because his Moses Bua's something was my wife something or some distant relation. And he had taken electrical engineering. I said, study hard, you will go into computer science. He says, no, I took computer science by choice. Why? He says, you see, at the end of I say you learn AI, ML, AI. He said, listen, everything depends on the input. Junk in will give you junk out. I am going to control the junk in. So he wanted to study electrical electronics engineering so that he can control the data input that is being given to the system. If the data input is useless, then the data output is going to be dangerous. So he wanted to make sure of that. But overall, the methodology, we are trying to mimic the brain in AI. Okay, there is some sensor input. There's some logic processing happening. The logic processing, whether it is specifically taught to us by our teachers in the school or we have come up with it by combining a whole bunch of things together, that is where the AI and the natural intelligence differences lie. The market trends. In 2024, it was diagnosed to be 1.5 billion. It is going to go at a CAGR of 22.46%. And that, if you guys are investing, don't. Because people already know this and have invested. So your CAGR is not going to be as high. But this is an interesting statement. Every person will experience a diagnostic error in their lifetime, and that is not just human diagnostics. That is, I think, that is AI diagnostics just as well. But the huge number of patients can be handled to some extent. To some extent, okay. But how do we do that? We do sensor fusion. We recreate the scenarios of old days. Study patients with a wide variation of parameters. You know, you go and sit with a homeopath or Ayurveda, then ask you 201 different questions. Okay, and you will feel bored. क्यों पूछ रहा है? मेरा दादी का ज्यादा sweat होता था क्या? I mean, whatever. I mean, they're trying to establish a sort of internal database as to how and whereas in the present Western system of medicine, it is system-based approach. You have a headache, we'll ask you about the head. We won't ask you about your finger. Now, whether the finger is related to that or not, the Western medicine does not know. It might be, for that matter, and that was what the old Ayurveds and other people depended on. And the patients can be very they can variety of patients. The history statements, the influence by the loquacity of the patient. The patient You have to ask the right questions, both AI and NI. You have to ask the right question. But some patients, you ask them, did you have a headache yesterday? That patient, one patient will say, yes. The other one said, yes, the headache started early in the morning yesterday at about 6:30 a.m. I took a paracetamol at 7:30 a.m. and the headache lasted till 9:30 a.m. and all that. He'll give you one paragraph on his headache yesterday morning. So all of that needs to be, that's quite a bit of no, is considered to be noise, which has to be this thing. So what do we do? We think about the future where is AI, ML, DL, augmented multiplex sensor systems. That is the way, that's the hope. If you remove the doctors, it's a bad status story. But while I'm in the West Bengal Power Development Corporation Limited, I cannot but tell you something a little bit about power, the power requirements, and that is scary. Data centers account about 22%. By 2030, it will be 21% of the global energy requirement. That is scary. A million tokens is a car driven 10 miles. So when you do a Ghibli image, that is like a car driving a car. Fully charging a smartphone, rather that's fully charging a smartphone, 3,500 milliampere hours. Is edge computing a solution? Possibly it is. How do we cool the data centers? The data center water requirement has crossed the annual bottled water requirements in the world. How do we cool the data centers? How do we do the power? How do we distribute the power over there? If you look at the total amount of power that has to be generated, our most likely we are not going to be limited by the intelligence and the coding and the algorithms part of it, but we are going to be limited by the power that we have to store the data, because we cannot generate power stations that quickly. So most rarely it has to be some sort of a agentic or some sort of edge systems, and but each of them obviously at the short term it is going to be very costly. There are many real world use cases which many companies have come up. Hippocratic AI, and all that. Hippocratic AI is actually run by one of my nephews. But it does not really do medicine, thank God. The final thoughts are that let AI take over the tiring and repetitive tasks. But combine that high sensitivity with the judgment and experience of expert physicians. It provides data-driven insights, but clinicians have to ensure ethical consideration, address the black box nature of some of the AIs and all that. So, a sort of a complexation of the two. Can we say today that AI is bad? No, we cannot say. Can we say AI will not come? You have to be a fool to say that. AI is here. AI is here to stay. Will it be harmful? There are people who will say they are harmful, just like they said during the Industrial Revolution, during the computer development and all of that. So it is a mixed bag of feelings right now. I don't know what the answer to it is right now, but I thought that I'll leave you with the same question that I have in my mind all the time. And thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Dr. Shomu Mukherjee with us here with his presentation. Next, we'd like to call upon here to present the presentation Dr. Gautam Shah, Professor IIT Kharagpur. Could we have Dr. Gautam Shah on stage, please? Could we round of applause for this gentleman?
এটা খুলো হ্যালো Thank you. I think we are running 30 minutes late or more than that. So I shall try to 1 hour late. So I shall try to be brief because the foundation that has been kind of shared, foundation of the medical healthcare and AI, that part has already been shared by my previous speakers. So I don't need to emphasize any of those things. So what actually I would like to talk about again, something that has been kind of indicated, some low-hanging fruit. So ECG was one of the thing. Another thing that is there is the stethoscope sound. So the doctors in the audience, if there is any doctor, physician, doctor by training, no one. But otherwise, all of us know that when we go to a hospital or a medical center, so somebody will be having a stethoscope around his neck is the person who is the doctor. I mean, that has become more of a distinguishing feature of a doctor. But how much of that stethoscope sound we are using? Like what Dr. Kunal Sharkar was telling, that 30% of the doctors can read ECG properly. So similar statistics is there with for stethoscope sound appreciation also. For cardiologists, people say around 80% of them can understand it properly. But for non-cardiologists, the stethoscope sound is not, I mean, less than 30% or 30% of that is the statistics. So what we thought that can we make, given that the advancement in signal processing, data acquisition that has been has taken place over the time, and of course use of learning. So that is the machine learning part of it. Now we are talking about AI, artificial intelligence. Can we all put them together to come up with something which is useful, much more useful? And so that is how the story started. That is the background. And our lab is audio and biosignal processing lab. We do a lot of stuffs in audio and speech processing. And of course, in biosignal also, we are looking at various things. And today my talk will be based on some of our experiences, more of case studies like regarding heart sound analysis. And before that, I would like to kind of tell one important thing is that there is a term called homeostasis. What is that? That when something happens, like one example has been there. So there is a change in blood pressure. So our body system tries to do things in a manner by which we can get the equilibrium. So there is always something happening within the body, and if we can appreciate that, then probably we are we can take a remedial action in a much easier and quicker manner than taking medicines, taking many other things that are people usually practice. So important is that whenever there is a imbalance is there, so you have to kind of understand that. So these body generated signals, so our philosophy, I mean, we all know that there is some indication, prior indications. So these indications that are there, if we can have a objective understanding, first of all, analysis, acquisition, and then analysis of this, so then it is easier for us to kind of take appropriate action following that. To understand this, then we have various methods. One is invasive, another is non-invasive. For invasive things, of course, there are problems associated with it. You have to have a trained person. You have to go to a specific place where all those invasive procedures can be taken up. So non-invasive is the way. But for non-invasive, then there are various aspects regarding what kind of reception system we shall have, right? Signal to noise ratio, noise aspect has been told a short while ago, and I was also discussing with Ognimitra and others that many things works in the lab. As soon as it goes out of the lab, it doesn't work. It goes to the field, it doesn't work. Why? Because of certain those noise that would be there from the system level, from the ambience, from various places that would actually is not part of our laboratory study. So on field it doesn't work. So signal to noise ratio is very important. And of course the processing part of it, and processing, as I said, if we want to have a and not all the cases you need very big systems. So AI can be that edge devices, IoT devices, those applications are there. And finally, the cost part of it is also very important. So that is why also our focus of attention awards would be. So compared to many other countries, India, you can see the number of doctors available per 10,000. This is the current stat that is there in the World WHO map. And this number was 6 in 2012 for India, and China was 15 in 2012. So currently the number has increased for India from 6 to 9.55, and for China it is 28.19. US and UK more or less remaining same. So regarding the sound appreciation, so if you look at the human audible range of sound, I have a pointer. So this is the hertz sound. So this is the hertz sound. So it has got this frequency versus the sound pressure intensity part of it. Okay, and this is the threshold of the audibility, and mostly the doctors are depending on listening to this. Okay, and the subliminal sound, or the sound that cannot be appreciated because of it is beyond the threshold of the audibility, over here this entire region is there. So you can have an appropriate acquisition system which can go past our individual physician's experience, and that also is becoming a dying art, as you have noted. So this is where we wanted to kind of look at. So initial our first level of study was on valvular disease detection. So the valvular diseases that are there, so our normal heart, if we all listen to the various movies, so lub dub, and they increase it depending on the situation to make it more serious and all. So that is the primary and secondary heart sound, and in between there are systoles and diastole. So this is the usual operation of 4 chambers. 2 valves are opening and closing simultaneously in each of these cases. And when there is a stenosis or some such thing, so you can see over here, so there is an abnormal flow, and accordingly some murmur, some noise will be generated. And that murmur can be over the entire systole, so it's called pansystolic, over entire diastole or early systolic, and so many other varieties could be there. So our job was to appreciate that, which could be figured out by stethoscope. And this murmur has got various characteristics, and mostly these are of 2 types: stenosis, where there is a blockage happening, it's not closing properly. It is not opening properly, and regurgitation, there is a backflow, it is not closing properly. So because of this, various kind of issues could be there, and these are the places where different valves and the sound that is radially going out, those could be there. And these are different characteristics that could be associated with the murmur. So the signal processing or the pattern recognition, that job, that AI part related activity, actually would like to figure out this association, these features, the features that was told before. So in one of our traditional classification systems, so what we try to do, so basically whatever this heart sound is there, segment it, extract features, then create model. These are all from raw signal, large volume of raw signal, we are going into dimension reduction. So basically feature extraction is a low dimensional representation of this, where only the important informations are kept, significant information is kept. When finally model is prepared, again a lower dimensional representation of it. I am talking about the traditional classification framework. And then this model is stored, and when during the test phase something unknown sample comes, it goes to the same process. There is a matching algorithm, and accordingly it is figuring out whether it is a diseased case or a normal case. So these are some of the kind of activities regarding segmentation. So there are algorithm that has been developed. I mean, people then boundary estimations, systole, diastole, primary heart sound, secondary heart sound, and these are some feature extraction related associated with various diseases. So these are acronym of those diseases. I am not going into the details of that. And this could be the 35-dimensional say feature vector. So that could be there. So similarly, these are different tools by which people can figure it out. And then these are some of the performance metrics that you can find out. And over here you can see for clean, the initial result that we are talking about was relatively good, very good. I mean 97% or so. But as Unit was telling, and many of the speakers have already pointed out, as the noise addition, this is AWGN, but we have worked with hospital noise, many other kind of noise. So the performance deteriorates very drastically. And these are ANN with single hidden layer. So around 32 hidden nodes were there. So then we wanted to carry out, see the improvement can be done when noise addition is, noise is still present, because field deployable is one of the important, requirement for us. So then we found some, database where there were some, reasonable amount of data, ground truth related things were present. So some 200 subjects for 4 major abnormalities, and this is normal heart sound, and this is normal heart sound. Of course, the breathing sound is associated with there. And then, so for this, 4 diseases, these are the characteristics of the heart sound, which we could figure it out. And then the 2-dimensional representations of this in the feature domain. These are name of some of those features not required for now. And so this is some called spectrogram. This is called Mel spectrogram. It is widely used in the speech processing. This is scaleogram, wavelet, and some such decompositions that are there. And then these were fed as input to the model that I will tell later. But before that, this is how the noisy signal would look like, and usual bandpass filtering of the noise would result in what you see over there, which is pretty bad. Okay. And these are again some noisy signals for different kind of noise level, and for different kind of noise additions. So that you can see and understand the issue of noise affecting the signal and the treatment that is required. And for this study, the result that I will show, this we have used a method called transfer learning, in which a big model with very large number of parameters, etc., was trained on audio signals, which has been taken from YouTube. There are a large number of 521 classes that were present. Okay. And the number of parameters and other things are quite huge, okay, as Professor Shomo just now told, okay. But it was trained, this pre-trained model was used, and a method called transfer learning, where further fine-tuning was done with the heart sound data. And then this is the results for clean signal. And of course, we used another pre-trained model also. I mean, this one we got best, so that's why we presented there. But others were also equally, reasonably good. And then we did that noise study, and we found that with noise study, the result was so less, for the other model, the shallow model that we had seen there, which is reasonably, good, above, 90%, 93% or so. And these are some of the systems that we have developed, patented, transferred to company who are now conducting, hospital trial of their version of the product that they have come up with. And these are some of the, the system level, descriptions. And I'll stop here because this was single channel. Then we went to multiple channel. This is the company made version of the hardware. This is the 4-channel multi-channel versions. So to move beyond, and the CAD was talked about by Dr. Kunal Sarkar. So basically, this study was done on CAD disease, that is coronary artery disease, and we had significant result on that. But I think the time that was given, I thought that only one part we can take up. And of course, though we are talking about healthcare, and we wish that all remain happy, and we don't need to have all these things. But life is like that, and we have to kind of live with the reality that it may fail. But if we detect early and if we detect in time, we can take remedial action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was Dr. Gautam Shaha with us here. Well, we'll move on to the next speaker here, going to come here to present his presentation. And it's done. It will be Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary. Could we have Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary on stage, please?
Question.
Well, I know that you're eagerly waiting for the presentation. It's taking a little time, a little technical problem. So I hope that we'll be solving the problem as soon as possible and we'll be having the presentation.
So I shall try to keep my talk as, what should I say, limited in terms of time as such. But I wanted to touch upon one key point, that is, we see there has been lots of talks about AI and the medical diagnostics, positioning of AI, problems of AI, promise of AI, and failure of AI. But what is very important is that AI or the digital space is also prompting us to look at different things, different aspects of our body to do the diagnosis, to try to understand the disease, what the disease is and what is the degree of the disease is impacting us. That's being looked at from a variety of ways. I think that is something very, very important. Today, your mobile has got the ability to do medical advice, medical diagnosis. So there are new devices which are coming in. So what is important is that we are moved into a space called digital health. In fact, the signals, body signals, have been typically analog signals. And today, the whole transformation which has come through variety of devices and variety of imaging modalities is that we are dealing with health symptoms in the digital space. And the reason that we are dealing with health systems in digital space, AI has become a tool. Let's not look at it, AI is replacing our human brain or human being in the whole process. But let's look at AI as a tool, technology, which are allowing us to look at the symptoms in the digital space. And how is AI is looking at, before I get into, so my supposition and what we are presenting is looking at eye as an indicator of health. We go to the eye specialist to check our eyes. But if I look at eye in the digital space, I can look into variety of other symptoms through eye. And that's exactly the hypothesis I'm trying to put across. And that is being enabled by AI. AI as a tool or a technique. And therefore, in digital health space, what we are talking about, eye is not only a window to the world, it's also a mirror what is happening inside our body. Because through the eye, we can look at a lot of things. So these are examples. Say, for example, see what I have given here is actually a description of these. Blood vessels, nerves, and connecting tissue that reflect systemic changes, and eye can reveal disease processes long before other organs show symptoms. This predictive model is what AI brings in as a power of AI in the health system. is not diagnosing the symptoms which is happening right now, but I can look in the future, which in the morning Dr. Kunal Ghosh was also referring to. And eye, because eye is connected to the brain, eye is connected to the nervous systems. So therefore, variety of signals which nervous system processes as an indicator of state of your health gets reflected on your eye. And therefore, eye's microvascular network mirrors condition of blood vessels elsewhere in body. If you're talking about heart attack prediction, imaging of eye can also be source for heart attack prediction. And it's not stories, these are happening, these are people are working on it. And measurement and quantitative analysis of eye movements, this is also very important. The way we look, the way our eyeball moves, the way I blink, these were never considered can be symptoms of health, indicators of health. So therefore we have to look at digital health is expanding our option to look at health. And that's really the significance of today's AI in the context of health. And therefore, AI means data. Data means we have to look into variety of spaces. Imaging is one space. And what is important is that we all know, I think there are lots of students here, you have all studied probability distribution, isn't it? Okay. Now, what is AI finally? What is the current state of AI algorithms? What are they really doing? If you look at neural network, deep learning, whatever it is actually learning the distribution of the data on the basis of input-output pairing. We know that Gaussian distribution, all of us know Gaussian distribution, and it is represented by a Gaussian function, which is a function of the weights of the Gaussian. It can be multidimensional Gaussian, it can be two-dimensional Gaussian. But Gaussian distribution is not the only distribution. There can be many more complex distributions. And if you see what you are learning through networks is nothing but multi-parametric probability distributions which you are learning from data. So it is not anything mysterious. It is core maths. And let us be very clear about it. The maths is the basis of what we are talking about in the AI. Discriminative AI is what? When we are doing classification or diagnostics for a disease, what's that? That's essentially a Bayesian classifier. If I use a Gaussian distribution, if we have any other distribution, there also we are doing some form of Bayesian classifier. But the distribution is unknown. And I'm learning the distribution and then I'm doing classification. So therefore, I'm telling whether the given sample belongs to the distribution is likely it will belong to that distribution. The other part of it is generative AI, what we are talking about, LLM, and we are doing a prescriptive processing of the diseases. What are those? It's nothing but generating a point which belongs to that distribution. So that's what is your generative AI. Look at, see, there are hundreds of theories and analyses. We talk about calculations, we talk about deep learning, we talk about transformers. Everything at the end of the day are these two things. And only one more important thing, that's what I want to talk about the younger students as we're talking about AI today, is what was being talked about before, that is putting attention to relevant parameters. Putting attention to relevant things. A doctor, when he's examining a patient, doctor actually looks at and considers the relevant symptoms and connect the relevant symptoms to come to diagnosis. That means the doctor is giving attention to things. In fact, there's a very famous paper which actually builds a foundation of deep learning and actually today's even transformers, your LLMs, etc., is of 2017, which says attention is everything. And attention is exactly what had given today's AI the kind of transformational capability, which takes it beyond just a probability distribution-based analysis. Therefore, it is my submission to all the younger colleagues and who are there, don't look at AI with a philosophical perspective now, today. You should look at it more mathematically. And therefore, what we are talking about is a mathematical technique for solving a problem. Maths can make error, mathematical model may be wrong, and hence we can do errors. And why the error happens is that I've just given the set of images, different kind of images to look at, because they actually carry the different properties. If you see that ocular fundus imaging, optical coherence tomography, fluorescent angiography. And what is important is that if you go today to any clinic, if you are being examined for a health checkup, this ocular fundus imaging is almost a must. Because for diabetic retinopathy, it is checked. But if you are looking beyond just the diabetic retinopathy symbols, it also brings out lots of other health conditions which today our eye specialist doesn't look at. Even a diabetic specialist also doesn't look at. Because they're not looking at from a holistic perspective. Now, this holistic perspective is what was being referred to as Ayurveda. If you see what is the difference between Ayurveda and what is today's modern medicine. Modern medicine is more organ-centric. They actually divide the body, the whole philosophically or methodologically, science-wise, they look at each organ of the body and connect the other symptoms to the organ only. So today we have liver specialists, we have heart specialists, very justified because they have specialists in those organs. But classically, Ayurveda talked about a systems approach. And I think that's where the value of Ayurveda is, and how Ayurveda and modern medicine to be looked at, and even looked at through the eyes of AI, is actually an open problem. And we need to look at these things with a different perspective altogether. So with these, I just get into this, an example of eye image. I think all of us has seen these images. And this is an example of retinal imaging of a healthy 48-year-old female. And this gives you the different, if you see that this is your eyeball, that I think it's not coming here. It's an optic disc, cross-sectional optical coherence tomography scan illustrating clear definition of retinal layers. This is your B. If you see B, they're talking about retinal layers. And if you see here, the last one, this is actually showing the different aspects of the eye. I don't get into the biology of eye. You can look at it otherwise. But what is important is these imaging are revealing various things hidden in your eye. And since it's hidden in your eye, therefore, what can you do? So therefore, one is imaging is one thing. Is there through image you can see things. The other is oculometry. Oculometry is actually measurements of eye movements. And if you see that success, fixation, smooth pursuit, microsuccess, divergence, blink rate and duration, pupil dynamics, there are instruments to measure them. The question comes up that I can use AI also to measure them. I can also use AI to take that data to use it as symptoms. Typically, for general health examination, we do not use these symptoms. Use these measures. They are measures in terms of, they're typically measured for your eye test and those purposes only. Now, there is also spectroscopy. Spectroscopy is also a very standard technique we use in signal processing space. But spectroscopy with eye can reveal lots of things. If you see, because why? It's essentially is an interaction between light and matter. So therefore, the properties of eye tissues and the layers of the eye actually reveals lots of internal data. So therefore, therefore, if you see here, distinct spectral signatures of proteins and molecules of precise diagnostics. So if you see the proteins that is getting deposited in eye, that actually would give me the sensitivity to various diseases. So if you see, spectroscopy is also a thing. So now look at this. So therefore, if these are all measures that I can go, you can go to a eye specialist and get your eyes examined, and all of these measures can come. And now see what are the different kinds of diseases can be detected through your eye images. Look at cardiovascular health, because your basically the vascular network reflects your heart functioning, metabolic disorders, neurological health, systemic inflammation and aging. The question of age detection was there, age estimation was there. Eye image can help you do that, and other conditions, including kidney disease, blood cancers, brain tumors. These are all, and pressure-induced changes in the optic nerves. So whatever we are talking about today with variety of sensors, in fact, we have listened to a talk on using VOCs for kidney disease, but there also can be kidney diseases detected through your eye imaging. These are all documented data, and this is exactly which is to be made more precise and robust. So therefore, I can have, now this is oculometric measures. Oculometric measures can tell you neurodevelopment and mental health indicators. Okay, because your mental health means you are, in many cases, you may not be able to focus consistently. Then you have neurological and neurodegenerative conditions. Alzheimer's disease coming in is indicated in many cases with your eye movements, and physiological and behavioral indicators. These are all measurements based on eye oculometry. And it is not invasive, it is not costly. But they are quantitative measures, which is very important. And the standard things are refractive errors, glaucoma, dry eye syndrome, nutritional status. So your eye clinic can be really a health clinic. So, and systemic conditions are infectious diseases, nutritional deficiency, thyroid disorder, all are reflected in eye. And these are all through eye imagings or measurements, okay? So if you see here, this is the overall health map mapped onto eye, okay? So if you see that coronary heart disease, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, chronic kidney disease, hepatobiliary disease, and all of these can be actually diagnosed and looked at from the image of eye. It's not that it is completely solved problem, but these are the observations. And why I'm talking about is because we are actually having a Center for Digital Health at Ashoka, where I've just joined. And this is actually what we are trying to look at this in the digital space, how to use eye as an indicator of well-being. Because all of these eye testing can be very easily done. And today, if you see, all these eye testing facilities are very widely prevalent. It's across the country, clinics, everywhere it is available. So now this leads us to what is called oculome and oculomics. So this is an emerging area. Oculome and oculomics is basically entire characterization of your health history through your eye and eye changes in eye. So this is the definition study of biomarkers along with other eye-related changes. Their connection to systemic health falls under the emerging field oculomics. So therefore, if you see, oculomics actually goes back to this whole idea of Ayurveda of considering health as a system, not as a specific organ. I think this is exactly the point I'm trying to stress upon, is that through eye, I can look into the health as a unified system, not as isolated organ, collection of isolated organs. So therefore, the advantages are what? Diagnostic potential, accessibility, cost effectiveness, and there can be interdisciplinary collaboration. Because from eye examination, I can connect with the heart specialist, I can connect with the liver specialist, and I can build up the interdisciplinary consultation for a disease. But the starting point of the diagnosis can be eye. So therefore, if you see, this is a huge clinical value, and that's really the reason why we need to go to digital health. Because the numbers, if we need to deal with, is important to that get into an automation, at least limited automation with human in the loop. And that is possible if we are predominantly work in the digital space. If you see, this is a kind of healthcare domains. If you see, from high risk to a GP can look at many of the things if you can provide the tools, and other specialists can look at. So therefore, a single image or single source can be dealt with multiple levels. So it is in terms of organizations. And AI, whatever has been talked about, all of these goes into what we are talking about. We are looking at a multimodal AI models and foundational models. Now, these foundational models need not be LLM-based models. Today, the foundational models are LLM-based. But foundational models is basically multitasking models. That means you have got AI models. They are not just doing the single task of detecting one disease, but it can do multiple tasks, multiple disease detection and diagnosis. And not just disease diagnosis, you have to look into it. It's diagnosis, prediction, and prescription, because there are AIs which can be diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. Prescriptive means what action you should take. And because of the generative AI framework, today the prescriptive AI is becoming a major component for any kind of health management. And these have to be measurable, reliable, ethical. In fact, this is a question which is being talked about in a big way, that 80% works, 20% doesn't work. Which 20% has not worked? This is really the challenge. We all make sensors, we all make techniques. We know that they will not work 100%. Never it will work 100%. Every time we try to say that we are improved by 5%, 2%, 3%, etc. The question is, that quest will always remain. Why? Because the moment you change the population, the nature of the distribution changes. So the nature of distribution changes, therefore there will be prediction errors. So you can never get 100% completely confident diagnosis given this kind of sensing and sensing-based automated means. So what is required? If you see, we all know that in a statistical inferencing, we can talk about the degree of confidence. So we need to define these measures for AI systems. In fact, if you see, there is a huge event in this case of AI summit also. This question was discussed when I was part of an agriculture summit where I talked about this. Because how do I actually ensure, or I shall say, that this is working with 99% accuracy with this much confidence? And how do I say that if you make a decision, what is the confidence with which you should move ahead? What is the risk? Because the risk assessment of AI is not very common. Because what does that 10% error means in terms of risk to you? And that risk actually guides you to whether to explore further or not. So this is important. So if you see here, so technology trends wise, we need to go beyond LLMs. We need to look at diagnostic and prescriptive, discriminative and generative AI here comes in, and the reasoning. Basically today, if you look at there are lots of work is happening in the space of, even in these kind of large reasoning models. We do not talk about large language models, large reasoning models. And with that, the causal reasoning is actually becoming a very important component. Going back, what I talked about probability, that if you have learned about, say, Judah-Pearl, Bayes theorem, going back to Bayesian decision making, what we call now with causality, we look about counterfactuals. Counterfactuals is what if. Now, if I can generate counterfactuals on the basis of other past data of the diseases, then my diagnosis for a particular patient becomes much easier. So what does it mean? I'm having current conditions. Now I can do a counterfactuals. That means what if I give this medicine, what will happen to him? What will happen if I leave him untreated? So all of these modeling can be done on the basis of the past data of patients. So there is a basis for those decision making. Many cases, when we just do a input data to output data mapping, we are not looking into this counterfactual based reasoning to establish causal dependencies. Doctors, the diagnostic reasoning is a causal reasoning. And what we are talking about today's AI, in most of the cases, we are not doing causal reasoning. So I think this is I won't get into, because these are some of the parameters which are very important. Why I'm telling is there are many young people who are getting into AI. Don't take AI the way it is today. Look at AI with all of these contexts, because then only we can really make a mark. And therefore, I can have all of these, because it's a non-invasive biomarker. So predicting systemic biomarkers from retinal image is really the key thing to look at. So AI now replaces manual methods for analyzing retinal images, reducing time and expertise required, so that it can be much more widespread with the kind of confidence values if I can provide for. So therefore, we need multimodal data and also the omics data. The way the feature will come up on your eye is also depends on your genetic history. So early detection and risk predictions, and this is something very, very important. Because any technique that we shall come up, and we should come up in the Indian context, should also reduce the health burden. Reduction of the health burden means reduction of the diagnostic cost. Today, amount of money which is being spent in diagnostics, because you go to any doctor, he will give you 20 tests. And the cost of that test is actually a burden on the national exchequer. Because if you see many of the public, even if anybody spending money on health, you have to see that whether really he's getting back the return of it or not. So the other part of it is explainability has to be there, data bias, which is from the, so we need Indian data. We cannot based on other data. There has to be regulatory and ethical constraints, and therefore important is that integration with healthcare systems, what I'm talking about, all of these philosophies needs to get integrated in a proper way with what is today's healthcare is. And the drift that I've talked about, that if the distribution changes, there will be failure. So that is fundamental to any of these techniques. And there are drift invariant technologies. We need to deal with drift in various ways. And we have to keep in mind how to deal with drift and how do you reflect that there is a drift, and therefore this decision may not be have enough confidence. Now, this is exactly what is important today, because your statistical quality control is an age-old practice. What we are talking about with the AI is statistical quality control. And that is principles have to be very strictly followed. And this takes us to the last slide of mine, that I, as a biological dashboard, reflects the state of various body systems. And that's exactly what we need to do. And therefore, there is a huge opportunity of work. Retinal imaging, multimodal data, multidisciplinary partnership, novel technologies, data record linkage, research, evidence validation, and mechanistic understanding. Mechanistic understanding is what? Understanding the whole physiological process and the body as a system on the basis of what you find and what you see. And that mechanistic system discovery, that's exactly what is today's science-directed AI, that mechanistic system discovery can enhance these whole algorithms and processes that I'm talking about. So this is exactly the whole story. And I think we need to look at AI and medical diagnosis with a different lens. And that is something very, very important and critical. But it is absolutely essential for the country like India, where the numbers cannot be handled only through human interventions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a speech by Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary. So, thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know that we had a long session, and after that, we need some break. Like we can say that we need some do puja for our pet. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are calling for a lunch break for 20 minutes. So for the students, Jara students, for the students, lunch is provided from this floor only. For the other people, please move on to the first floor for your lunch. Students, you can get your lunch from this floor. And the other, those who have got the coupons, kindly move forward to the first floor. We're going to take 20 minutes break, and after that, going to have our next session, the application of AI in power system.
possible by applying some physically bounded conditions in the power lines, which give us a real and a grounded result. And the PINN also has the benefit where it can detect incipient faults in our system and requires much less data compared to traditional CNN. Also, while a PINN is more expensive to initially train, when we scale the PINN after cascading with the standard CNN, the cost reduces much more at scale. Next slide, please. So of course, we know the problems of insulator failure. There are two main reasons why insulators can fail. It can be electrical reasons or mechanical reasons. Of course, electrical reasons can be flashover, puncture, or corona failures. And of course, there are mechanical reasons which are not able to be protected by circuit breakers, such as cracks due to thermal strain, or maybe a hurricane or a cyclone, which are quite common in India, especially in the coastal regions. So these are not possible to protect against, and of course often require long replacements, which if we can detect very quickly, we can replace and we can save the power lines. Next. Yeah, so our proposed solution, as I've already mentioned, is cascading a standard CNN with a PINN. The CNN first detects the image, the aerial images which we have used, and from there it identifies the location of the insulator. And from there, the PINN enforces the real world conditions like the electric field continuity, the Laplace and the Poisson equations, and the boundary conditions. Thus, these false positives, which might have been impossible in reality, they are removed. And also a CNN can only detect patterns, but the PINN can also diagnose the severity of the fault and how quickly or how much priority is to be given to that same fault. And also the cascaded architecture has the benefit of not depending on geography, lighting, or camera models, as the PINN uses these real world conditions. Next slide, please. Yeah, so now we are going to our proposed design, and I'll give it over to my friend Rupanjan.
So initially during our interview, we were interrogated that why our proposed architecture doesn't have the 2D fault map that we suggested initially and claimed that it would be possible through our simulation. So the 2D fault map isn't possible because the dataset that we obtained of the state grid of China are of aerial images of the insulator, and the aerial images of the insulator doesn't have the infrared analysis of the temperature fields and heat maps of each pixels. The 832 by 832 pixels of the data entry into the insulator localizer network were fed initially, and it was supported by a VGGNet and ResNet architecture for convolutional neural network, and the entire aerial image was fed, from which the background which is surrounding the insulator was separated, and only the insulator region was extracted from the CNN analysis. And after that, we generated a crop of only the insulator portion, and after extracting the crops, we did semantic segmentation through UNet. And in UNet, we actually transformed our binary pixel mask into a computational domain mask of zeros and ones. The insulator region was marked as zeros, and the background was marked as 1 in the PINN. And from there, we extracted only the binary computational domain mask. From here, we could more explicitly understand which of the insulator region had only the insulator and which was about the surroundings, and only that portion was used for analysis. In the primary data visualization, we make the data aggregation. Initially, it was a 2D input of only the XY coordinates of the data, and then we inserted a time series data of by data aggregation, where we inputted the material properties like specific heat density and the thermal heat capacities. And from there, we also obtain other parameters like the ambient temperature, wind velocity, and wind coefficients, conductor current. The conductor current, which is basically for the surrounding heat generated due to the ohmic losses, and also the leakage currents, which generates the ohmic losses inside the insulator, and as well as the dielectric breakdowns, which is determined by the material properties that we have mentioned earlier. So After that, we generate a collocation sampler. The collocation samplers are specifically for a time series data for the PINN, and it does two separate analysis on the boundary region and the internal region. The boundary region is basically based on the convectional flux exchange between the insulator surface and outside, and the internal region is based on the internal voids due to dielectric breakdown. And after analyzing this mask, we took our model to the inverse PINN architecture, where, as we mentioned, it was a time series data, and it predicted a temperature field for each pixel region, and also a predicted heat fault map, which is based on the watt per cubic millimeter of each pixel. And from that heat fault map, we inserted our analysis and all the data aggregation points involving the collocation and the measure empirical values into our PINN network, which involved two types of loss functions, composite loss functions. One was the boundary condition loss function, and another is the internal properties loss function, which is the transient heat diffusion equations. And from there, we try to reduce and optimize the residuals of the PDEs, and those PDEs residuals were optimized by Adam Optimizer initially for faster process, and then LBFGS for fine tuning. And after that, once we iterated through the entire PINN and CNN based cascaded architecture, and our loss was significantly less, and beyond less than a threshold, we generated the internal 2D fault map, which is based on the total power loss in watts. And also, we in the heat fault maps, we generally made two categories of fault maps: one for healthy insulators, which is marked as one, and one as for defective insulator. And in each of the defective insulator, we also gave a confidence score, and the confidence score told us a representation about the severity of the faults, and the internal voids and dielectric punctures. So through this digital twin, we can do further analysis and diagnosis if more data and computational resources were available. I'm giving it to Gomagni for results.
Okay, so first of all, we have the confusion matrix here. There are each columns and each rows are present. As you can see, the first column, the 94%, out of all the defects, only 94% of the defects are being identified as actual defects here, and here only 6% of them are wrongly identified as background. So we can see other examples also. Further, we have there are four curves: the recall confidence curve, the F1 confidence curve, the precision confidence curve, and the precision recall curve. From the precision recall curve, we can get an idea of the MAP, that is the mean average precision value at IOU of 0.5. From the confusion matrix and the four graphs, we can have the idea of the performance matrix of different images. So I would now like to demonstrate about the batch processing results done on the our data sets. So no, data set.
Data set is not available to zoom in here.
Okay, so we cannot zoom in the data sets, but I will tell you in a brief only. There are there are two parts of the data sets. First is the AI generated model, and first is the human generated model, that is the ground truth reality. For the ground truth reality, we can see there are the red boxes, and there are some white boxes inside, which is not seen in this picture. So we can see in the red box, that is the class 0, and that is the insulator. And for the class 1, that is the for the fault generation. This is the ground reality. If we talk about the AI predicted if I talk about the means AI predicted results, both the images must match to each other, so that we can get a proper value, and we can get a proper idea about the data sets. So I will now hand over to Soham for the
Moving on to the sustainability. Moving on to the sustainability discussion of our project. A normal PNN is computationally very expensive, so our cascaded architecture flips the cost by CNN segmentation. The PNN will act only on the region which is flagged by the CNN, thus eliminating the need of more fuel runs, and which in turn will reduce the energy demand of our system vastly. If we look at the cost efficiency aspect, the PNN outputs various physics-based parameters like electric field maps, potential distributions, and leakage current estimates, which is more advanced in comparison to the traditional bounding boxes and confidence scores from a CNN. This makes the data more reliable to work on, and indirectly reduces the risk of large failures of power systems. Next. Scope for future development, we face some limitations during our developing of prototype. We face some scarcity of large data sets, as the training of PNL is computationally very expensive. So due to careful loss balancing between data and physics losses, it leads to stability issues in our trained model. And also it is more resource intensive due to solving PD residuals, which involves higher order derivatives. In future, we aspire to integrate sensor data from UAV imaginary and some weather data and SCADA measurements, which will in turn help us to calibrate our PNN input more effectively. We shall also try to inculcate a technique which to implement the PNN residuals to classify the faults and identify faulty regions. Our ultimate objective will be to develop a digital lightweight twin which aligns with the modern assets management in smart grids. These are some of our references. So our work is grounded in recent IEEE publications. And thank you everyone for lending us a patient here. We are now open to questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I request all of you kindly stand at the middle, stand at the center. It feels like when the future of AI or future of India is in hand of a bunch of talented, energetic people like you. A round of applause for them. Come on, put your hands together. A wonderful presentation reminding my old school and college days when you used to be the part of the presentation. 4 on 5 guys used to come on stage and with the এটা এবার তোর part, এবার এটা আমার part. না না এটা আমি পারবো না, এটা তুই বল. It was like that. Thank you so much for revisiting our school days, and we definitely walked down our memory lane. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Third year. Wonderful. Give it up. Give it up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, boys. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, definitely we are moving forward. We just got the winner, the champion of NEIC. That's EST Shipur. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before the lunch break, we got a person with us here on stage. He was one of a jury member of NEIC 2026. And once again, I would like to call upon him on stage. Could we have ex-general manager of SAIL and one of a jury member, Mr. Ashok Kumar Pal, sir. Could we have him on stage, please? Is he here? No, I think he's not here. Definitely we'll get him in a short while. But we're moving to our next presentation. It's technical session 2, application of AI in power system. Next, to present the presentation, I would like to request the AGM of NTPC, Shri Sandeep Saxena sir, to please come up on stage and present the presentation to the audience. A round of applause for the gentleman out here. We'll take 2 minutes time for the technical setup, and after that, we directly will move on to Mr. Sandeep Saxena sir on stage.
A very good afternoon to all of you. My young students from the different university who are here. This is a concept basically which I want to present to the all of you. AI in the NTPC, what we have rolled out. I am myself Sandeep Saxena. I have around 26 years of experience in NTPC and working as a additional general manager in NTPC since year 2000. So I have some huge cases which we have rolled out in the NTPC and will be covering in this presentation. I know the post-less session is normally a little tricky because once you have the food inside your stomach, the blood runs to digest those stomach food. So I will try to make it a little more basically a interactive session so all of you can participate in this session. So before we understand the basically AI, we need to understand what basically the AI does in the power sectors. AI is basically a complete ecosystem that take the input from the data from the different units of the power plants and convert into the intelligent decisions and automated actions. It is sort of similar to the process chain which we have do in the power plants. Each layer depend upon the previous one. So as you must be seeing here, we have a multiple layers over here. We have the physical layer, we have the control and sensing layers, connectivity edge layers. Physical layer covers all the plant equipment and sensors that may be the boilers, the turbine, the solar transformers. The control and sensing layers will be capturing the signal, that is the temperature, pressure, vibration analysis from the different power plant equipments. The connectivity layers have the different models, basically industrial IoT and gateways that will be relaying the data from these to the SCADA systems and the decision DCS, basically decision control system, distributed control systems. Then we have a historical and data lakes that we'll be covering in this presentation also. And the machine learning models, LLM, which we have already discussed, a number of earlier participants have also presented about the LLMs and the fuzzy logic and neuro models. And the last is the digital twin and the dashboard, which we'll be covering. And the last one is the management, basically what the basically all this makes sense to the management in terms of the revenue generation, in terms of the ROI, because it's a very more important part of any business scenario. Coming to the layer, basically, first layer is the data layer. So a lot of data is being generated in the power plant. You must be knowing that we have a lot of devices which we are capturing data from the boiler, turbine, generators, and the cooling towers. These are the primary source of the data from which the data is being generated on the round-the-clock basis. Normally, if you talk in terms of the parameter around every second, there are thousands of parameters which is being monitored on the real-time basis. Now coming to the control and sensing layers, that is part of the AI layer. It is the automation systems where the raw signals are being captured. So there are different systems with the power plant which is used to capture all this data. These are the DCS, SCADA system, RTU, condition monitoring system, which is used to basically capture the raw data from the devices. Third is the connectivity or edge layer, where the industrial IoT technology used here is the OPC and the Modbus or MQTT. Normally, these are the protocol which is used to capture the data. From the sensor, the data relates to the PLC RTU and the device data is being collected. Similarly, the OPC DCS collect the data to the application, relates to the application or PI system for the system integration part, and the plant or MQT data is being related to the cloud or the artificial intelligence system. Coming to the data platform layer, it is the storage and processing, because lot of raw data is there that needs to be filtered out. and it to be make something that maybe that will be useful for the decision making purpose. So that normally the data is from the PI system, plant information system. Then data lake is the depository of all the raw data that is being captured from the different devices. Then we have the on-premises software. Then high-performance computing devices are also there. The HPC cluster data is being captured from there. Then the operation is the basically what we do with the data. We clean the bad tags from that data and the handling missing values. Then the feature extraction is there basically. Now the analytic layer, which is the brain of the layer stack, is the basically we use here different models for this analytic artificial intelligence. One is the machine learning. Second, the deep learning statistical model. Different. These are the different models which is being used for the pattern recognition for analytic layers. APR is one of the models which detects the deviation 7 to 10 days before the equipment failure in many utilities. Now, what the engineers actually see the result here. Application is the digital twins, predictive maintenance dashboard, energy optimization system, alarm advisory, generation planning. Here, all the decisions which is being made at the lower level is being reflected here. Coming back to the business layer, which is most important for any business to survive or thrive, is why the management want to invest in the AI, because its direct benefit is the force outage reduction, O&M cost reduction, heat rate improvement, and auxiliary power savings. Now, what we have implemented in NTPC, I will be taking one or two huge cases for that. First one is the APR model, which we have implemented in NTPC, and it is being rolled out across different power plants in a different phase-wise manners. So basically, APR is basically AI or ML based system that monitors plant equipments in real time using the DCS SCADA data. Learns normal operating behavior of the boilers, turbine, generator, and auxiliaries, and detects early anomaly before alarms or failures occur. It's a sort of a you can say pre sense before the actual failure occurs. Now, this is the modeling technique which you are using in the basically APR. First is the identify asset for which the model is to be prepared. Then we have a large number of PI and SAP data is there. NTPC is using the PI system from the last 20 years. PI is basically the plant information system which we have put in the different units of the NTPC. A lot of thousands of plant information tag is being maintained for the sensor and other data. And these parameters are being featured in the are included in the models. Then we set the limit for the alerts and define alert forwarding workflow. Then subsequently test with the known data. If any deviation is there, then APR automatically detects those deviation in advance and basically review the performance and alerts the system before the failure occurs. Basically, APR basically is a certificate artificial intelligence. Basically, it uses the advanced pattern recognition technology, and all the raw data is being handled by the APR system. And after that, alerts and other threshold limits are being taken care. It is passed on the knowledge mining. Knowledge mining actually it's a complete life cycle where APR data is fed to the knowledge mining, and again knowledge mining learns from the history data. History data again feed the system the information APR about all the processes and all the corrected data, so that it can take the preemptive action against in the future course of the time. This is the life cycle model of the APR. Equipment specific history is kept in the PI system. Here you will see ये टैग थोड़ा चल ये इसका ओके इसका पॉइंटर किधर
लेफ्ट एंड राइट
अच्छा नहीं पॉइंटर पॉइंटर
Oh, sorry, sir. Pointer. This is
अच्छा So while preparing that model, equipment specific history is being maintained in the PI system, and we have these legacy SAP maintenance data, and different other sources of the data is also available there. Then we scan the data 24/7 basis way. Then alerts if any deviation occurs from the preset of predefined models, then it alert is being shooted to the different email, SMS dashboard through the HOP and head of the department, SME field engineer. This is the knowledge which we capture and we create the history for that. So it's a complete life cycle from starting from the basically capturing of the data, analytic purpose, and again routing it to the AI model, which again recorrect all these things, and in the future it help in the predictive basically sort of alerts to the system. So what basically APR has done to the system, it has reduced the force outage, and it has reduced the O&M cost. It has improved the efficiency, and improved the support based fault diagnosis. Create system for utilizing vast amount of the O&M data and knowledge. So all is this done through the AI ML based predictive maintenance platform as per the industry standards. So some of the use cases which we are using, which will be using as a pilot in the POC in the coming future. One is the predictive scheduling of the solar and wind power. Data lake implementation, it will already been deployed in the enterprise solution used by the operation services at Raipur. And we have safe operation and coal unloading equipment, wagon tippling operation system, trial phases in the Moda. Then we have safe operation of the coal conveyor or fire smoke detection system. Trial implementation is at NTPC Dadri. Identification of the road safety violation. Trial implementation is under at Dadri, NTPC Dadri. We have a coal-based AI for solar and wind performance enhancement tools, which will be using in NGL, NREL. NGL and NREL are subsidiary company of the NTPC. Then we have predictive scheduling of solar and wind power. Already we have covered. Some of the cases which we are planning to use in the generative AI concept based in the NTPC, ASDIC health monitoring for anomaly detection under drone. That is being deployed at the Korba, NTPC and Talcher. Solar panel health monitoring for fault detection using drones, which we have deployed at Anandpur, Mandsaur, Kayakulam, NTPC plants. We have an interactive Jyoti chatbot system deployed at enterprise level. It is using the basically generative AI based model, which we have used for the different queries regarding the HR, finance, and other policy decision making. Then we have a co-pilot integration with the office tools deployed at the enterprise level. Then we have SAP Assistant and SAP for HANA Joule. That is for the HR, recruitment, interview, suggested question, something, etc. Supply chain predicts possibility of failure of the technical objects. So I will be summarizing short में मैं थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़ जाता हूँ. I was talking about the basically interactive chatbot. This is the in-house being developed by the NTPC. This is completely in-house developed chatbot. Quickly answer the complex queries related to the circulars NTPC, email, help, HR related queries, M365. It uses the generative model Olama, typically based on deep learning to create human-like responses. Then we have an NLP processing used to provide human-like interaction, so that and it covers the different area of the information across company policy, circular, DOP, like that. Then we have different AI models for the computer vision and video analytics. Then safe operation that we have already discussed. I will be summarizing shortly. Coming to the future roadmap, we have set the 10-year target roadmap for the initial different areas: C&M, AI-enabled Q and RLS analysis, AI-enabled end-to-end bid process evaluation. HR function में we are planning AI-enabled HR recruitment process. Finance में we are planning AI-enabled IPD billing, AI-based document summary program using Microsoft Power Platform, AI-based income tax application tribunal, something like that. Thank you all. Thank you for listening to me patiently. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. Well, we just had a presentation by Sri Sandeep Saxena, sir, and I'll request our General Secretary of Central Executive Committee, EWF, Engineer Shomin Das, to kindly come up here on stage and felicitate Sri Sandeep Saxena. Could we have Shomin, sir, on stage, please? Well, right now, it's Engineer Shomin Das, General Secretary, Central Executive Committee of EWF, felicitating Sri Sandeep Saxena, AGM of NTPC. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for doing the honors. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward with the next presentation. And next person who is going to come here on this podium, we'd like to invite here the DGM of Power Grid, Sri Ravi Sushant Chaudhary, sir. Could we have a round of applause and let's welcome Sri Ravi Sushant Chaudhary, the DGM of Power Grid. तालियां जो है ना वो EMI में आ रही है, एक साथ आने से अच्छा लगेगा. Thank you. Thank you so much.
हेलो आया क्या टाइम लगेगा ओके एंड भी आ जाएगा तो चलेगा हाँ कोई दिक्कत इट विल डू भाई शॉर्ट ही करेंगे वी कम ऑल डाउन टू फ्रॉम गुड़गांव सो विल टेक सम टाइम नहीं डिस्प्ले नहीं हो रहा ओके पीछे ही जाता है क्या? तो कुछ डिस्प्ले नहीं हो रहा. चलो, I can start from here. No issues. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Ravi Sushant Chaudhary. I am currently working as Deputy General Manager in Power Grid Corporation of India. Currently, I am looking after digital transformation in transmission asset management for Power Grid. So, before I'll come to the very, very technical part where AI is being applied in Power Grid, I'll be just touching upon few, very, very interesting facts of AI. So this is a newspaper cutting which was long back in 1950s. It was published in Telegraph, wherein someone imagined that after 60, 70 years, what is going to happen. So if you don't have dreams, nothing will happen. So somebody thought that after 50, 60, 70 years, you'll be having a phone or you'll be having a system wherein you'll be able to not only talk to each other from a far distance, but you'll also be able to see each other. That is what we call as video calling nowadays. So it's a very old cutting. So so there are some milestones. As far as the AI, because some of students are there. So some of the milestones are there. I think there was a Turing groundwork work in 1950s. It happened, and after that there was a establishment of AI Act in 1956, and from 1970s onwards up to 1990, somehow the concept of AI was not that much coined that it should have been. Right. So there was a Turing test also during that time, wherein he wanted to establish whether it was really a machine can do human work or not, whether it can ever have human intelligence, a kind of human intelligence, not the total human intelligence, but part of human intelligence or not. So he had a Turing test wherein he had two people, and he just tested whether the person who he was talking to is not a machine, but he's a human. So that test was passed. Again in 1997, there was a major breakthrough in AI when this Gary Kasparov, who was unbeatable at that time, was beaten by IBM with the help of Deep Blue software. So that was the major breaking milestone, and it was that time this term of AI was again refreshed and coined again. So when we start our daily work, we have so many phones, we have so many mobile applications. Our first thing, we start with the face recognition. So this is the most beautiful application of AI, and I think sir was talking about the accuracy, and nowadays we are having, because there is so much data set available, the day in day out the accuracy is improving, and so is the confidence level. Again, Ola, Google Maps in the morning, when I just boarded the flight, there was a message that there will be a air turbulence, and winds will be around 250 km per hour after 2 hours, before landing at Kolkata. So there are so many things which are being and especially as far as the biggest thing is concerned, when your major stakes are there, that is war. So in case of war also, these are the this is how the conventional wars are fought in 1950s and 60s, Second World War. And now you see in the latest, if you have just studied gone through the statements of the latest happenings in the war, whether it's Gaza, whether it's in India, Pakistan, there was so much AI used during those wars. Whether it is Iron Dome, while intercepting the missiles, it totally calculates the projectile motion of the coming missiles through the help of AI, and it only counters the missiles which are going to hit the key establishments. So it is not going to hit the missiles which are not causing any damage to the key establishment. So that is why it is very important that the world has totally changed. In the most important task also, we are using AI. And what is AI? I think it is more or less it is covered, so I'll not go in detail, but just to add that this is the complete AI, and mostly the ML is something which is the mostly being used by us, and deep learning, which is the neural network learning. So these are the neural networks. So we call it as an input layer, we call it as a hidden layer, and we call it as an output layer. So lot of computation is being done at every neuron level. So that is why and why I'm covering the neural networks, because this practical case has already been implemented by Power Grid, and it was awarded it has received a global recognition in 2024, wherein we have a PG Amrit, where artificial intelligence is being implemented to detect the tower line defects. So that also I am having a video wherein I'll show you that how that complete concept works in reality. So why AI now? So we are talking about 1950s, we are talking about 1960s, we are talking 1970s, 1997, key milestones were there. But it is very important that before we implement any technology or before we have any new transformation, you need to have certain pillars which are built in. So currently the foundations are all ready. We have a lot of data sets available. Earlier we don't, we used to have, if I think, I don't know the younger generation, they have seen those cameras wherein you can click only 36 photographs at max and the film is over. And 36, also the 36 photographs, you're not sure whether that will be clicked or not. So at max for the whole day you can click only 35 photographs, and to keep those photographs it was a challenge. We have to store these photographs. So now we have a lot of data storage, we have a lot of technology advancements. It is very important to understand that if you don't have technology, you cannot implement AI. A simple example is that you have a simple bulb which is, or Alexa, which is controlled by AI at a home. It is very important that you should have a technology wherein it is able to control its lumen. For example, if LDR is not available, then you will not be able to do anything with the AI. So it is very important that technology should be available so that AI can further master that. Then you have very, very fast computing, because we are talking about so much of data set, and every neuron, for a simple image evaluation, it does 10⁶, or I will say 10⁸ computation at every neuron. So there is a huge computing involved in this case. Automation has been the major strength now, because most of the automation has been done from 2000 to 2010. Now we have a connected world, so everything is connected. You can work from anywhere and you can use data from anywhere. So that is another aspect that why we are using AI now. And you have data centers. We were talking about data centers, and data centers are going to be a major business opportunity for all the entrepreneurs in next 10 years. And as sir was talking, we are having a very important saying that AI is AI for power and power for AI. So I mean, we are using AI for our power systems and power transmission planning and asset management, but we need also to have a framework wherein we can provide a reliable and uninterrupted power for all these data centers and all these AI hubs. So this is going to be a major challenge which is going to be done in next 5 years. And let me just add on to that government is already working on a very, very fast track. We had several meetings at the transmission level for covering this aspect, and India will not be falling behind as far as this aspect is concerned. So this is Power Grid overview. I think we are the third largest transmission utility in the world. We are largest transmission utility in India. We have more than 1 lakh megawatt transmission capacity, interregional transmission capacity, and approximately 50% of the transmission power flows through our system. So Power Grid, you can simply imagine your veins and arteries. So basically heart is your generation. So whatever blood goes, it goes through your arteries and veins. So this is your complete transmission system. Just a simple analogy. So I mean, why it is needed? I mean, I've already covered that aspect, and I will not repeat it again. How it can be done, and another important aspect which is going to come in next 3 or 4 years, that is IoT sensors. You are going to have lot of IoT sensors in upcoming years, and lot of data. It will be creating a lot of data points, and those data points needs to be properly evaluated and analyzed, converted to information, knowledge, and wisdom for a decision support tool. So these are some of the things where we have already the foundation blocks are there, and where we are using it. So I mean, the ecosystem is very important, wherein in an organization, if you are not able to have a positive ecosystem for AI or digital transformation, you will not be able to implement any technology. So we are having a complete ERP system wherein we have more than 15 TB of data for our complete plant maintenance of assets that is available in the historian. Then we have the OT data, which is available in our historian. Then we have the complete, more than 300 employees have been trained in AI from IIT Bangalore. And we have different in-house applications. We have more than 400 graduate engineers, trainees from the computer background, which have joined in an electrical company. So this is a huge transformation. So we are looking for a world wherein, we're looking for an organization wherein electrical engineers have to work in collaboration with your IT engineers to make system more efficient and effective. So these are some of the applications you can go through. What exactly we are using in so many, small aspects. We are using AI, even our HR chatbot. Then we have even attendance systems. In PowerGrid, we don't do it through biometric machine. We have a mobile app. So today, if I have come at Kolkata, I have to just open my mobile app, that is PG Mass. In that mobile application, I have to just have my face recognition, and it will be punched that I am at Kolkata and I'm on tour. So we don't have any biometric machines now. So it is all done through AI. So that is also in-house application. So what has changed for last, except ERP, most of the in-house applications are now dealt by PowerGrid IT engineers. So PG Amrit, I've already told that it has fetched a global award, reliability centered maintenance, which calculates the real-time health of assets. How it calculates, I'll give a small example. Then we have satellite imaging, wherein we are having a collaboration with ISRO, wherein we are going to predict the upcoming cyclones, disaster management, the change in river courses, which are going to affect our transmission lines. In addition to that, we are also going to have the complete assessment of the forest fires, so how it can affect our transmission lines, the exact coordinates. And let me tell you, the complete 5 lakh assets of PowerGrid are mapped, are geotagged. So everything, the groundwork is already done. So we are very soon in 2026 we are going to launch that satellite based decision making support tool. And we also have satellite based management tool in NER, because there have bamboo, there is a major issue for transmission line maintenance. Then we have set up a module for each and every equipment, wherein we have AR and VR technology for young engineers. Whenever the young engineers, they join PowerGrid, earlier it used to happen that whenever they will get any opportunity, a transformer is open or GIS is open, they will not be able to see any internal parts, and they will not be having the practical knowledge of operation and maintenance of the system. Now with the help of AR and VR technology, we have converted them in the 3D modules, and they can they can wear the AR VR glasses, and they can see the complete inside. For example, in a transformer, they can see the complete winding, the core, the PRD, whatever is there, they can simply imagine, and whenever they go to their field, they are more confident and they are better equipped. Digital twin of substations have been created, and in addition to that, we are going to implement Asset Performance Manager, which is a real-time predictive tool, and this is going to first of its kind in India. So it is a 200 crore investment, wherein we are going to integrate the complete IT and OT data, which will be of the tune of around 30 TB. And that data is going to be in CDP, that is a common data platform. And from that, it will be having a in-house analytics, and wherein it will be predicting the risk, health, and the future course of action for each and every asset. So I think this is the PALMS, we call it as PALMS in PowerGrid. It is PowerGrid Asset Life Management System, wherein the asset health is calculated. For example, your body health is calculated with the help of for parameters like your blood pressure, your sugar, or whatever the key parameter, your ECG or heartbeat. So, or some servers talking about eye and all those parameters. So similarly for assets, we have mapped all the parameters, we have given them the weightage, and that weightage is calculated, and ultimately these parameters, they ultimately evaluate the health of an asset. So this has a inbuilt AI algorithm. For example, if BHEL, for example, if any make transformer has failed in that batch, so it automatically identifies the complete batch, and it makes that batch critical, so that you have to evaluate the complete health of that complete batch if your sister unit has failed abnormally. So that AI analytics are inbuilt. For example, in a circuit breaker, what we do is that, for example, a breaker at a Delhi, which is working in operating at an NCR region with a high load, the fault amperes are very high in those zones. So I-square are the electrical life of breaker is calculated by AI, and it predicts that how long that breaker will be able to survive in this kind of environment. So all those in-house analytics are built by. These are liability center maintenance. This is also AI tool, which is these all dots are the assets which are mapped in impact axis and the probability of failure axis. I don't have time, otherwise I would have explained the complete thing. In addition to that, these are very, I mean, sir was talking about health, so I can completely relate with this power system. So this is basically a DCRM signature, dynamic contact resistance measurement. So this is a signature which is quite complex, and engineers used to take on an average more than 30 to 40 minutes to evaluate a single signature, because you have to see the what is the resistance during the arcing contact, and when the main contact is made, what is the what is the resistance, then what is the velocity and the travel and everything. And most of the time the accuracy was less than 50 to 60%. With the help of AI, now all the signatures, all the 9,000 signatures of the circuit breaker are being evaluated with the help of AI. We have fed all the data that what should be the value, what should be the steep, what should be the slope in each and every frequency. So everything is mapped, so it automatically evaluates the health of that particular parameter, and it incorporates in the health model. So a lot of time saving is there, and accuracy is very, very high. IoT sensors, we have thermal sensors. I mean, we used to have the normal cameras in the substation. Now we have converted some of the cameras to the thermal cameras. So what they do is that with the help of infrared technology, they assess in case of heavily loaded substations like in Delhi, what happens in the summers due to adverse climate conditions, there is a lot of heat which is dissipated, and normally there is a lot of failure of the equipment. So it automatically assesses the trends of the increased thermal radiations, and it evaluates, and it gives you alarm that this portion has become critical in the substation, so you can have a preventive healthcare in this case. So this is a model of which was awarded. Earlier we used to go and we used to punch the data manually, and now we have an automatic system wherein this evaluation is done automatically. So automatically the picture goes in. We have trained this model with the CNN concept and neural network, and this basically has a capacity of trained with more than 4 lakh photographs, and this has a capacity of uploading evaluating 400 pictures in 1 minute. So it has a high volume, it is very, very fast, and its accuracy is now more than 80%. Earlier it was 60%, and manually is less than 50%. So its architecture is there. I don't have time to explain. We have a in-house robot for inspection for all the substation, which has been made in collaboration with IIT Kanpur. So it is already under the operation. We are adding certain more features in it. We have valve hole robot, which has been made for HVDC applications, and this has been made by Power Grid only. And this is because people were not able to go inside the valve hole. So all kind of inspection, all kind of inspection inside the valve hole is being done by. Then we have the digital twins. We have made for one substation. Now we are going for other substations as well. Then satellite image intelligence. We have a simple bird eye view, indicating all our KPIs in a single dashboard. So in the morning, top management gives a view, and all the KPIs are monitored in a single click, and it refreshes every hour. So it is integrating the IT and OT data via AI, via training. I've already explained, and AI, power for AI and AI for power. I mean, current power requirement is 1 gigawatt. We were very comfortable. We are expecting 8 gigawatt 2022. We are still comfortable. The demand will be around 50 terawatt hour by 2030. I mean, this will be huge, and this will be supplemented with lot of pump hydro systems, then battery storage systems, and the cooling solutions. There will be a lot of water requirement also. So that is also being planned. What are the advantages? I'll cover some of the advantages. It is very accurate, fast response. There is no bias. So human bias is very important if it is out of the system. Then data driven decision making. It is not drive, it is driven decision making. It is uniformity. It is saving a lot of human manpower. We have a lot of expenditure on human manpower. So we have to be, models are scalable. So no variant multitasking and task multiplication, servers telling. That is the key feature of AI. Then we have asset performance manager. It will be doing a lot of human intelligence work itself. So I mean that is going to the future of Power Grid. So thank you. With this, I am going to close. I have scarcity of time. There's a small video if you can show. This is a small video of automatic defect analysis of transmission lines by using AI. So I think that will be beneficial for all of you. Volume is volume. Volume.
Power grid operates. Power grid operates one of the world's largest transmission networks, stretching across 1.8 lakh circuit kilometers with more than 2.9 lakh extra high voltage towers. Spanned through diverse, challenging terrains, this vast network energizes India's everyday life, bringing reliable power and sense of certainty to every corner of India. Maintaining such a vast, geographically scattered network is an immense challenge. Traditional patrolling depended on manual checks, thousands of photos reviewed by human eye, defects marked by hand, consuming over 900 man-hours daily. As assets grow and expectations rise, the grid demands speed, accuracy, and AI-driven intelligence. To address these challenges, Power Grid innovated PG Amrit, an in-house AI ML platform that analyzes GPS-tagged inspection images to automatically detect tower defects with speed and accuracy. More importantly, PG Amrit strengthens preventive diagnostic by introducing objectivity, traceability, and system-driven oversight into inspection and maintenance processes, ensuring accountable and transparent material utilization. This enhances transparency, accountability, and control across the asset management domain. For simple, clearly visible defects, PG Amrit runs a quick scan by applying a generalized model once on the inspection image. Issues detected are marked with bounding boxes, enabling high-speed screening at scale across thousands of tower images. PG Amrit detects complex defects using a multi-stage AI process. First, the system isolates key tower components by extracting the target part through region-based segmentation, separating it from background elements. In the next stage, a component-specific AI model analyzes the extracted region to identify defect patterns such as missing parts, looseness, misalignment, or damage. PG Amrit enhances preventive diagnostics by ensuring traceable inspections and transparent material utilization.
Thank you so much. I'll request her to kindly stay back here for a while. That was Sri Ravi Sushant Chaudhary, DJ on Power Grid, and I would like to felicitate sir. And to do the honors, I'll request the President of Central Executive Committee, EWF, Engineer Devopriyo Mitro, to please come up here on stage and felicitate Sri Ravi Sushant Chaudhary. So,
Reliable power and
thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, quickly, we'd like to move on to our next presentation. And we have got some person with us here, and they are jointly going to come here on stage and going to present the presentation. First, we'd like to invite here Shri S.K. Charodia, Senior Manager Divisi. Next, we'd like to invite Shri Rahul Ranjan, Manager DVC, and Mr. Atish Anand, the Manager DVC, on stage. Could we have a round of applause and let's welcome three men on stage, please.
सर प्रेजेंटेशन ऑन कर दिया है अच्छा ठीक है मैं इसको आप बहुत नीचे करना है नहीं
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, girls and boys, and everyone present in this auditorium. From Team DVC, myself, Shubkaran Chorodia, with me, Rahul Ranjan, and one of the other member is Shri Atish Anand. So today, we are going to present on the topic AI-based, circuit breaker monitoring. So further, Rahul will continue.
Good evening, everyone. Our topic for today is AI-based circuit breaker monitoring. Actually, the ground reality is that power system doesn't fail suddenly. It tries to give us warning. But the problem is we always don't hear them. So our aim should be to make them speak in such a language that we can able to understand them and take action accordingly. As our topic for today is mainly circuit breaker. So basically circuit breaker are like the silent guardians of our switchyard. They are like the safety valve of our grid. So the importance of circuit breaker comes here that in case of their operation, they should operate correctly, they should operate instantly, and they should operate without any hesitation. Because if this protection system fails, then all other power system will only be in damage control mode. But in spite of all that, being a power engineer, we must have seen cases of failure of circuit breakers in our switchyards. There are many reasons for the failure of circuit breakers, like mechanism fault, pole sticking, insulation failures, that is degradation of dielectric properties leading to partial discharge, failure of quenching medium, and other electric failures like the problem in the closing and coil circuits. Presently, nowadays, we are doing our maintenance practice of circuit breakers is basically time-based. Like CVs are inspected and serviced at fixed intervals, regardless of actual asset condition. Basically, this kind of maintenance is reactive in nature. We tend to inspect circuit breakers physically at certain time intervals, like in our monthly maintenance plan, half-yearly plan, annual maintenance plan. But the problem is this kind of time-based maintenance is that a healthy-looking breaker today may fail tomorrow suddenly. It's because that in such cases, we are not able to visualize the incipient faults developing the circuit breaker between two time intervals. So here comes the role of AI, that AI enables us to move from reactive-based maintenance of circuit breaker to predictive maintenance. That's the game changer here. These are the advantages of the AI-based monitoring model. Basically, our aim is safe monitoring, reliable power, and we need to interfere before the fault occurs rather than repairing after fault. That's the power of AI, and these are the advantages like lower maintenance cost, that is transitioning from reactive to predictive maintenance, fewer unexpected breakdowns, like early fault detection minimizes unplanned outage, early fault identification, and so on. This is the philosophy of our AI-based model. Basically, these are the 4 pillars of our AI-based models. First one is real-time monitoring, that is continuous data collection and analyzing those data. Second one is predictive analytics, that is with the help of advanced AI and machine learnings, models processes the historical and real-time data, and based upon the deviations, it predicts the potential faults. And then actionable actions are, predictive actions are taken. And apart from that, we can also scale our whole process and integrate this process with our existing infrastructures. Another is proposed AI model. Basically, these are the three layers of our proposed AI model. First one is IoT and IEDs. Smart sensors and intelligent electronic devices continuously monitor vibration patterns, voltage and current waveforms. Second one is digital twins. Digital twins here is basically the exact replica of virtual replica of our circuit breakers. Like it's called twins because when the real parameters of the real time based parameters of the circuit breakers are compared with the twin ones. Twin here means the reference model. When there is any deviations noticed, then it means that there is some hidden fault in the circuit breaker. On the basis of that, we can take some preventive action. And third one is real-time cloud connectivity, safe storage of the data at an integrated place. In case of that, even if you are miles away, then you can have access of your substation and take command or control of your substation. Now, coming forward, for all those, we need some data. Data means for the healthiness of the circuit breakers, we need to assess the healthiness of its interruption chambers. For that, the healthiness of the interruption chambers means tracking the number of operations, breaking current magnitude, and arcing time. Because with each operations of the circuit breakers, there is erosion of its contacts. And that depends upon the peak interruption currents and the arcing time. So AI helps it here. Second one is insulation failures. Actually, insulation doesn't explode instantaneously. It whispers with something like partial discharge, some leakage, some hot spots. So with the implementation of some sensors, like at temperature sensors, using partial discharge monitoring, we can detect the faults instantaneously before any failure. This one is the data from the trip and close coil current waveforms. By analyzing the current waveforms of the tripping and closing coil, we can have an idea about some failures like mechanical slowing of the CPU operation, latching and bearing performance, lubrication issue, whether the latch, there is some stickiness in the latch or not, even looseness also. Basically, here we can say that the current waveforms are like the ECG of our circuit breaker. By analyzing it, but just at looking at the waveforms of the closing or closing coil, closing circuit or the tripping circuit, we can have an idea that whether there is some interturn fault in the coil or not, whether there is some rustiness in the mechanism or not. This one is the vibration sensors. Basically, each breaker operation leaves its vibration signature. If there is a change in this vibration, then we can install, at strategic points, we can install some vibration sensors. Because it is said that in case of electrical fault, it can be measured through, it can be seen through measurement. But mechanical faults can be seen through vibrations. Like by installing vibration sensors, we can detect mechanical looseness, wear and tear of bearings, spring fatigue, and damper degradation. These are the data requirements from our protective relay. We can get several data like fault clearing time, per pole operation time, recloser functions, post-fault waveforms, pre-fault waveforms. Now this is our AI model. This is the basic AI model. Actually, this is like also the analogy of our medical diagnostic system. Like in medical diagnostic system, we can say that our medical tests here can be compared with the sensors. Our AI engine can be compared with the doctors. Like the doctors here is analyzing the medical report. Here the AI engine is analyzing all the data collected from the sensors. And then the diagnosis, and here the actual result, that is actionable taken upon the health score of our circuit breaker. That is like the diagnosis of the doctor taken. This is our conclusion. In that we can say that our main aim is safe operation, reliable power, and a smart maintenance with the help of intelligent monitoring. So we can say these are the advantages like manpower and equipment safety, pre-failure alerts, keep personnel away from the hazardous assets, equipment failure prevention, asset replacement prioritization. So at last we can say that AI is not here to replace the maintenance engineers, but engineers using AI will definitely replace our outdated maintenance practice. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Well, would like to request them to kindly stay back here on stage, and would like to felicitate them. And to do the honors, I'll request the chairman of Central Executive Committee of EWF, Engineer Prashant Sinha, to please come up here on stage and do the honors. Well, right now we have got a chairman of Central Executive Committee, member of EWF, Engineer Prashant Sinha, sir, felicitating Shri S.K. Churadia, Senior Manager Division, Shri Rahul Ranjan, Manager Division, and Shri Atish Anand, Manager Division. तालियां जो है सिर्फ पीछे से आ रही है सामने के कोनो हाथली बचना come on put your hands together the backbenchers are so diligently giving hands sounds good and some of the okay and with that note I'd like to request Sri Shobhendu K. Panda sir to kindly join the movement. We'll have a picture perfect moment with all the people over here from DVC. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this wonderful moment, we have our ex-general manager of SAIL and one of the jury member of NEIC. I request Sri Ashok Kumar Pal sir to please come up here on stage. Could we have a round of applause for this gentleman out here? আচ্ছা ফেব্রুয়ারি মাস শেষ হতে চললো, ইএমআই মতন হাততালি কেন আছে? ইএমআই তো মোটামুটি 13 তারিখ অবধি আসে, কাটে মনে হয় আমার। Come on. I would like to felicitate sir on stage, and to do the honors, I'll request our General Secretary of the Central Executive Committee, EWF, Engineer Shomin Das, to please come up on stage and felicitate Shri Ashok Kumar Pal, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we are in the verge of ending the program, but before that, we're going to have a panel discussion. Since morning, we had a lot of discussions over here where some of the dignitaries shared their views, shared their reviews, and definitely a lot of questions might be arising in your mind right now, and the questions you can throw right now on stage. And we have got the dignitaries over here. I'll request all the dignitaries, those who are present here, to please come up here on stage. Dr. Shomo Mukherjee, sir. Do we have Dr. Shomo Mukherjee, sir? Yeah. Dr. Torun Kanti Bhattacharya, sir. Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary, sir. Dr. Gautam Shah, sir. Shri Shobnendu K. Panda, sir. Do we have sir with us? I think he got a train to catch, so that's why he left. Okay. Shri Ognimitru Bishwas, sir. Shri Shubhrata Mondal, sir. Could we have Shri Sandeep Saxena, sir? I'll request Shri Ravi Sushant Chaudhary, sir. Is he here? I think he has left. Okay, I'll request all the dignitaries to kindly be seated. Last 5 to 7 minutes, we're going to have a panel discussion over here. And as I said earlier, there are a lot of views they have shared with us, with you. And while we are having the discussion, while we're having the presentation, the first half, a lot of people raised their hands. They were about to ask the questions. So this is a time where you can ask your question, just heart out. If you want to say something, if you want to ask something, we have got the dignitaries with us here, and definitely this is the perfect time where you can get all the answers that you have got the questions in your mind. I'll request somebody to take the mic. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for the panel discussion. If you have any question, please kindly raise your hand. We have got the mic over there, and you can ask the question on the mic. Anyone want to ask the question? Yes. Don't say tumi bolo, tumi bolo. If you have question, definitely you can ask the question right now. Yes? Nobody? No question? All cleared? Good teachers. Good teachers are sitting here. No questions from the students. Okay, so.
Good afternoon, sir.
Before asking the question, just tell me your name and from where you are.
My name is Vishwajit Goswami, and I am from Kolaghat Thermal Power Station. My question is, sir, why we couldn't implement deep learning methods in power plants? Because we have similar type of boilers, similar type of turbines, but the AI is loosely implemented. Rather, it's been implemented as a decision support system in power plants.
It will be very much helpful for us if you can say the whom you have asked the question.
Anyone, sir.
Anyone. Okay, fine. It's open question. So, anyone. So definitely, I think. Yes,
No,
sir.
I really don't know the background of this, right? Why it has not been done, I don't know, but I can imagine, right? Because a major part of so you are asking why the AI systems are used more as a decision support system rather than an intelligence system like an expert, like an expert system. So AI systems are still evolving. I mean, my answer would be that they are still evolving. Production grade AI systems is still not not a reality in that sense, right? Because it is one thing to train a model, deploy it in small scale, and it's a completely different story when it comes to a large implementation like that in your case, with huge amount of data running online and things like that. So AI at scale is the term that we are using now, which is a business grade ready AI solution that the businesses can use. It is still not a full reality in many organizations. And one of the ways to achieve at that will be to implement this agentic AI, the term that you are hearing now. So I guess there needs to be work done in that areas, and you can take up small pilot work to see where agentic AI can help you.
Thank you, sir.
See, I think your specific question with regard to the boilers.
No, it's not like boilers. It's maybe turbines, but similar system. We have similar systems, but we
let
can.
Let me just put it across that any of the complex these mechanical systems. If you look at any of these complex mechanical systems, essentially you need to have data to model. So therefore, it's a question of how much sensors are there at appropriate place so that you can capture the dynamic behavior of the machinery. Because primarily the uncertainty comes with the dynamics of the machine, not the static design. Designs is well defined, your equations of engineering mechanics and their sophisticated forms which are plugged into them. But dynamics actually changes their behavior, and that's where the uncertainty comes in. The question is, how do you capture those uncertainties, number one? And once you capture the uncertainties, how do you model the evolution, that is life cycle of a mechanical system with the dynamics, how does it change? How you have the data to model that? And in fact, I think one of the example was being talked about or referred to was a digital twin being used. The power grid is using digital twins. So digital twin is basically a replica in terms of its behavior and properties, etc., in the digital space of a physical asset. Okay, so therefore, based on data, and then you can use a machine learning over time, and then you can actually simulate the scenarios on the digital twin and compare with what is happening in real life and generate a feedback to refine your digital twin. So therefore, the AI technology is also emerging in that way, because today's the major AI stories are not with engineering systems. So AI has to move to engineering systems, and there are, I think, I really appreciate what Power Grid has done. And even also NTPC, I know, has done substantial work in that space. I think, sir, you have also talked about that. And therefore, this is exactly where these AI challenges are. And in India, if you want to do anything in that direction, we have an open space to do, because the behavior of these engineering systems is also a function of the ecosystem and the space in which they are operating. And that's unique and different from one to another. These are my comments.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, we have got a Chief Advisor of Central Executive Committee of EWF, Engineer T.M. Johardas, sir. I think you want to say something about this question.
Actually, in power plant, we are using AI system in various steps. but main application in maintenance planning department, there we are going for condition monitoring. Okay, so if it is condition monitoring, now you are asking about the boiler. So many boilers are there, but these are subcritical boiler. All they are same. How do I monitor the boiler tubes? How do I monitor the boiler life? RLA studies, residual life assessment, all these are under the scope of AI. So, and also thickness of ash pipeline measurement, thickness measurement of ash pipeline. So if the thickness decreases and drops down, then you have to change the position of the ash pipeline. If you want to measure the temperature of boiler tubes, you have online system, that is thermocouple. Through thermocouple you are getting the temperature of the particular section, superheater, economizer, boiler furnace. You can get the temperature through our control panel. But if you want to direct measure it, then you have to use the optical pyrometer. Have you listened the name of optical pyrometer? If you have an optical pyrometer, then if you put the optical pyrometer like this, there you get an curvature and with color. And this length of curvature gives you, length of curve gives the temperature of your, inside temperature of your boiler parts. So, and also vibration analysis of all sections, turbine all 6 or 7 bearing, then bearing analysis. There is another study that is everybody asking about the vibration analysis. Have you listened the name of shock pulse analysis? Some of the speakers told us dB value, decibel value. That is shock pulse analysis, and shock pulse analysis implemented on bearing live condition. And also any type of machine, if you have learned the AI system, that is condition monitoring system, vibration analysis, machine will talk with you. If you pass away from the any motors or any rotating equipment, you touch, you get the temperature. Change of temperature will indicate what is condition going on. If you listen the sound, then you can get the another different trouble persisting on your machine. And also if you take the vibration and if you take the vibration in 3 ways, we are taking the vibration: vertical, horizontal, and axial. So if horizontal vibration leading, and if that vibration RPM is 1 into RPM, then it indicates unbalance of that motor or motor shaft. If it is 2 into RPM and vertical vibration high, it indicates there is a mechanical looseness. And if axial vibration high and 3 into RPM the total speed, vibration speed, you have to analyze this one. So if 3 into RPM speed and axial vibration high, it indicates misalignment. There's a crude method, and there are several types of analysis are there. It will take so much time. So if I get opportunity to describe it, another day I will describe. But this is the crude rule: horizontal vibration into 1 into RPM high, that is unbalanced. 2 into RPM vertical vibration high indicates mechanical looseness, and 3 into RPM axial vibration high, it indicates the misalignments. So if you get the particular problem, you can ask maintenance people do this job. Otherwise, maintenance people will open total and ask you so much money you have to pay for that. But if you indicate the particular trouble, you can. And this is the application of AI, isn't it? Are you satisfied?
So thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was engineer team Jawahar with us here. Any more question? Yeah, there's a question in the back. Yes. It will very much helpful, sir, if you can ask the question to a particular person who you want to ask.
I'm Suman Kumar Pal from Meghna Science Technology. My question is basically free to all.
Okay.
So my question is, as we are relying more on AI, so what can we expect in emergency situation like one of a kind of a natural unseen human disaster, which is Chernobyl incident? So what can I, because we are more relying on this
Take the mic closer to
AI
your
thing.
mouth, it won't bite.
Sorry. So as we are more relying on this AI thing, so we are sabotaging our critical thinking. So what are we expecting from an AI on this critical emergency situation? So my question is, what is the future of AI in this emergency situations?
What kind of emergency?
Like Chernobyl disasters?
Okay, Chernobyl disasters. Okay. Okay. As we are short of time, so anyone can give the answer. I think, sir, you can elaborate. Yeah. Show us, sir. Yes.
What did the world do when the tsunami hit us? I mean, you cannot possibly imagine or model for all variations of circumstances. What you have data for, you can do that. You can stress test the data using a combination of those circumstances. But if all of them or a new one comes up, God help you. I mean, according to me, we have to do the best. You or the AI system or whatever has to do the best that it can. I mean, we had our own models of disease progression in the world. But when COVID hit us, and we had a experience of Spanish flu, in a sense, not so much recorded in terms of data, but recorded in terms of experience. But when COVID hit us, it was scrambling all the way. So those are indeed the failings of human knowledge, human predictive values, human nature. They will be the same predictive, the same failings will be there in the artificial systems, just as much.
Thank you so much. I think one question will be coming from here. Could we have a mic, please, over here?
I am Ashim Shah from Kolaghat. My question is Mr. Saxena sir from DBC. Is AI reduce the efficiency of an engineer in power system?
The question coming from an engineer. That's a valid question. Okay, could I have to pass the mic to Mr. Saxena?
In fact, I would say it will rather make the human more efficient, because whatever the data we are analyzing right now in the AI system, previously we have a different huge cases of data in the SCADA system or DCS system. Right now we have on top of that, one layer is more there AI based and ML based basically supporting mechanism. So in the future, I would say that in the future, you will have a more supportive AI system to make the better decision in terms of the knowledge, in terms of the more efficiency, in terms of the more you can say people friendly. So it's a win-win situation for the basically human mankind. AI will supplement in the future also. Thank you.
Engineer Joader want to say something, I guess.
AI will improve your efficiency of your plant as because it reduces the downtime. If you can forecast the failure period, then you can rectify it and your downtime will be reduced. If you know the problem and if you rectify it, it will save your time and also it will improve your efficiency.
Thank you, thank you. I hope that nobody's job is going to go for AI. That's a bad joke from my side. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was 14th National Seminar, the application of AI in healthcare and power systems, organized by Engineers Welfare Forum, WBPDCL. A round of applause for EWFCon. Put your hands together. Every year, they come up with this seminar with the new topics each and every year. In collaboration with National Energy Excellence Drive, powered by WBPDCL, WBPDCL, and DVC, food partner Bengal Naturals. Could we have a round of applause for all our collaborator powered by partners and a food partner? Please come on, put your hands together. Without whom it wouldn't have been a fruitful one. So, ladies and gentlemen, myself Kunal, this is the end of this 14th national seminar, and I hope that the entire day it was a fruitful one. We learned a lot of things. Yes, we humans learned a lot of things of AI today, and definitely is going to implement. It's going to be a successful one in our near future. And we have got esteemed guests with us here, and definitely ye jo mauka hai ye chhutne nahi chahiye. I request all the members of EWF to kindly come up here on stage for the photo op session. Could we have the entire team of EWF on stage, please? I'll request all the members of CEC and EWF to kind of come up here on stage. And definitely, thank you so much for taking out your time and coming here at this seminar and delivering your words, sharing your experience that is going to help us in the future. Before we end off this seminar, a round of applause for all the gentlemen present here on stage. Come on, put your hands together for those people who are present here on stage. Myself, Kunal, signing off from this seminar. Yes, Odiko Jagat. You can shift to that side. Myself, Kunal, signing off from this side. And শুধু একটা কথাই বলে বিদায় জানাবো, বাংলা তো গতকালই বাংলা ভাষা দিবস গেছে, তো বাংলা কথা বলে শেষ করি। সবাই ভালো থাকবেন, ভালো রাখবেন, সুস্থ থাকবেন, সুস্থ রাখবেন, আর সব সময় হাসি খুশি থাকবেন। Thank you so much, audience, for joining here. A round of applause for yourself also. বছর সবার ভালো কাটুক, নতুন বছর সবার যেন ভালোভাবে কাটে। Thank you so much. Thank you.
This is glory.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.